Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Those that are, we have a long and busy day in ED&A today with 14 bills on the schedule. So I'm going to ask that everyone adheres to the rules, don't repeat, go quickly, and we'll get through this in a good and timely fashion. With that, I will open up the hearing on Senate Bill 451 and recognize Senator Gray to introduce.
Well, thank you very much. My name is James Gray. I am represent Senate District 6, which starts in Rochester and Stratford, goes up Route 11 to Alton, Gilmanton. This is an easy bill. There is confusion in the Secretary of State's office. Who's the senior representative? The senior deputy secretary or the deputy secretary? Okay, and that's what we have right now. And so the Secretary of State wants to make sure that senior deputy's title is changed to special deputy to eliminate that confusion, because the deputy secretary is the full-time position. The senior deputy secretary is a part-time position, as best I know, and if I've done anything wrong, certainly the secretary will take care of it. But this is the easiest bill you're going to have all year. Eliminates confusion in the secretary's office, and I would appreciate you passing the bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the other member of the committee? Thank you, Senator. That is the only person signed up to speak. Is anybody else in the audience that would like to testify? All right, and with that, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 451.
Good job, Jim.
We got three. We can check with two. Is there a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Would you like to move 451? And I will second. Any discussion from the committee?
Oh, you did really good job.
You did. You caught the most important part of it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All in favor? Aye. Senator Reardon, would you like to bring this one out? While we're in exec session and we have a few minutes, if you could send that around, Ben, so I don't try not to mix up my paperwork today, Ben. We have an amendment to,
You start me any time.
I'm not going to. We have an amendment to Senator Waters' bill last week, 492, addressing the National Guard facilities. There were questions raised about state land versus federal land, and some of the questions that were there. And Senator Waters has done some investigating, worked with General Nicolaitis, and come up with this amendment, because the interesting part, at least this, I'm going to explain it the best that I got from his explanation, is some of the land is state-owned and some is federal-owned. But they still felt that the putting it in 110, RSA 110 was the appropriate place, and having it in RSA 72. So he has changed an amendment, he has drafted an amendment which makes some changes, and it is offered for our consideration. If to me, it feels like it does what we need to. If the rest of the committee is comfortable with it, we can move on it. If not, we can wait. But I wanted to make you aware that it was there. Senator Reardon.
We have in the file 0006 that amended the first section also. You want to memorize 7 and 8, and additionally that with 9 does the new amendment replace the 7 and 8 in here and not the 9, or is 9 Roman numeral 9 now just go?
I will have to go back and review, because I am just seeing the amendment at the same time as you are here. My comments were based off from what Senator Waters briefed me in, but we did not discuss that detail. So let's take a moment and see what things look like. We still have 5 more minutes until our next scheduled hearing, so. Are you referring to Amendment 006? Yeah. So it looks like this replaces all of section 1.
So that would mean the amendment that we were offering for 406. It's about payments of new taxes.
I'm sorry, no, this, I apologize. It changes 7 and 8.
7 and 8, and the original amendment that we got the day of the hearing was 7, 8, and 9. Roman
Yes.
numeral 7, 8, 9. And maybe it is that none of the property is leased or licensed by a person, or isn't going to be in the future because they're gonna build housing.
This is not needed anymore.
It
Thank
isn't.
you, I just read it. This was what the bankers were looking to have, the Bankers Association, and because of this, it was not needed anymore. I remember Senator Waters giving me that detail. So I believe we are all set with 7 and 8, and 9 is not needed. If we were to move forward with the bill that way, if there was a contradiction, Senator Waters could certainly bring a floor amendment and bring it back in if we needed to. But I believe from my conversation with him that that is accurate.
It looks like 8 on the new amendment.
Yes.
Today amendment talks about property taxes.
Yep.
So it's all the,
I think it's all set.
oh, you know what, it looks like it just condensed it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm satisfied. Thank you for indulging me.
So what is the will of the committee? Would you like to exec this, or do you want to wait?
I'm fine. I'm fine executing.
All right, do we have a motion? Well, I will move on to pass on 492, and then I will offer amendment 0095S and move on to pass on that. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion from the committee on the amendment. Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And now we're voting ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Move consent.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Why don't I take this one out then? Well, Senator, we are in exec session. We've had our first hearing. And it was a very simple one, an executive. Okay. And then we also just exec Senate Bill 492, which was Senator Waters' bill from last week dealing with the space, housing at peace, I'm sorry, thank you, there you go. He brought in an amendment, which we felt covered what we needed, but if you, in review, find that there's something contrary, I'll be, we okay with it?
Yeah.
Okay. We have executive, but if you had an issue, we would open it back up. All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
We have one other bill we have not exec, and I am not ready to, that is 425, so with that, I will take a motion to come out of exec session. All in favor? Aye. And in 1 minute, we will open our next hearing. I can promise you the whole day will not go like this.
No, it's super efficient.
That I can promise you. There will be some wrinkles.
I have 3 of these letters of things.
Which one's that? Children, no, I have them as well. Looks like they just gave me copies. I'll let you keep the extras. I use Verizon official time, Senator, so I have to wait till it clicks to 9:10.
Somehow I think I'll survive.
Thank you. All right, being 9:10, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 401, and I recognize Senator Gray to introduce.
Thank you very much. My name is James Gray. I am representing Senate District 6, which starts in Rochester and Stratford, goes up Route 11 to Alton, Guillenton. This is another easy bill, hopefully. When we modified RSA 16520-3, C, excuse me, we left in a reporting requirement. It's no longer required. That's what this bill does, is take out the reporting requirements, and I'm sure Health and Human Services has signed up for this bill, and if you have any questions, they probably are better to answer them than I, but I will attempt any question you do have.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. We have attorneys Francesca Hennessy and Rob Berry from DHHS, so come on up, and we saved all our questions for you.
Wonderful.
Good morning.
Good morning. Like Senator Gray said, this would be deleting reporting requirements.
Could you
some-
just introduce
Oh,
yourself?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You first.
Francesca Hennessy, Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Administrator at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Rob Berry, General Counsel to the Division of Medicaid at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you both. Please continue.
I was very excited to talk about this bill. So again, it deletes a reporting requirement for a section that is no longer in the law anymore. So there's nothing to report on, and that's in two separate places.
And there's actually one other reporting requirement it deletes as well. HB 118 of last year deleted the RSA 12-0, Section 55A, which was the Demographic Commission. But what it did not delete was the reporting requirement for Health and Human Services. So we did prepare the report this year, and when we went to submit it, there was nobody to submit it to. This just cleans up that last remaining issue from that.
All right. Any questions from the committee? Looks like you did a great job. Thank you both for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Thank you.
We have New Hampshire Municipal Association that signed in favor but does not wish to speak. So is there anybody else that would like to speak on Senate Bill 401? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. Take a motion to go into exec. All in favor? Aye. Anybody want to move the bill?
Sure.
Senator Gannon moves ought to pass. Do we have seconded by Senator Reardon? Any discussion from the committee? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Second, any seconds?
Yeah.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Senator Gannon, would you like to take this one out?
Sure.
All right. Senator Gray, these were two easy bills. Thank you. We have a few minutes in exec session before. Yeah. Send that around, please. Before we have our next bill, anything anybody wants to go over while we're in exec? We only have one bill open right this minute. All right, seeing nothing, all in favor of coming out of, I guess I'll take a motion. for exec. Motion to come out of exec, all in favor? Aye. We will be in recess until 9:20.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Pearl and members of the Senate Executive Department's Administration Committee. For the record, I'm Senator Pat Long, representing Senate District 20, Manchester. I'm the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 516 being made at the request of the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. First, Section 1 of Senate Bill 516 would amend RSA 91:A-A, 1B, renaming 5 classified supervising staff attorney positions established in House Bill 2, Chapter 79:218 Laws of 2023 to lead attorney. Noteworthy, House Bill 192, 2025 was the Joint Committee on Employee Classification requested bill from last session that added the underlying position. The section also fixes a few errors in current law by changing the word counsel with the word counsel on line 4, 7, and 10. As to section 2, I would respectfully ask that you either remove this section or align it with the language in Department Request Senate Bill 515 being heard tomorrow at Senate Children and Family Law Committee. That already addresses this issue with more precise language. Attorney Susan Larrabee from the department is here to speak on Senate Bill 516, and I take any questions from the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. There is an amendment that you brought,
Yes,
and it looks like it deletes section 2. You still want us to consider?
correct.
Yes, okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none?
I have a committee at HHS that I'll be back to, and DHHS is here to
All right, thank you,
answer any
Senator.
questions. Thank you.
Susan Larrabee. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Pearl. Good morning, Senators. My name is Susan Larrabee. I am General Counsel and Legislative Liaison for DCYF. I don't think I've ever been before this committee before, so
It's the
hello.
best committee in the United States.
So I've heard, Yes.
No offense, that's
As Senator Long explained, this is a highly technical fix to accurately align the statutory job titles with the department's job title and job description for the department's DCYF attorneys. On line 5 of the bill, it describes grade EE attorneys as supervising staff attorneys. They are actually lead attorneys, and we ask that it be denoted in that way, to be described as a lead attorney, which they are, just for reference, they are like experienced attorneys that are working in the 5 largest district offices in our state, whom do not supervise the other attorneys in the office. They are separate and distinct from line 8, grade FF, the 4 supervising regional attorneys within the organization of the hierarchy of the attorneys in our office. And as Senator Long also described, this just fixed the Scrivener error of denoting, I think it's called a homonym, right? A homonym counsel instead of counsel. I know personally my most confused homonym is principal, right? I believe Attorney Rosenberg said yours was, oh, it's your pal for yeah. Mine was always dessert as opposed to the desert is strawberry shortcake, 2 S's, but I deviate from the theme here. And yes, and we would support the amendment in which section 2 is struck from the bill as it is referenced in another bill that's being heard tomorrow.
all
And I'll
right.
take any questions. Are there any questions?
Questions from the committee?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Karen Rosenberg.
Good morning. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the Policy Director at the Disability Rights Center. I signed in opposition to this bill as introduced. We do not have any problem with correcting the spelling and all of the little matters in Section 1, but I just want this committee to recall the importance of right to counsel for children, this bill that would be amended if Senator Long's amendment is not passed by this committee. The Senate found and the legislature found that right to counsel for children in foster care is a nationally recognized best practice. That children who have legal representation feel a sense of agency over their outcomes in their cases and often obtain better results than those without representation, including a reduction of time to permanency. And so as written, Section 2 of this bill would roll back the right to counsel for children. So we encourage you to support Senator Long's amendment, but correct those spelling errors and desert 2 S's because you want more of it, unlike the desert. Any questions?
No, thank you. Just, so for our clarity, the committee's clarity, you're okay with the bill as long as we remove section 2?
Exactly. Thank you.
Wanted to state that. Thank you for your testimony. We have one other signed in opposed, Emily Lawrence from Waypoint, but did not wish to speak. Got it. I kind of figured that, but I wanted to check. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 516? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. We'll take a motion to go to exec. We have 4 minutes. All in favor? Aye. We have a motion on the bill.
On the amendment, I'd pass on the bill. And I'd pass on
You
amendment
mo-
0062.
All right, Senator Reardon moves ought to pass on the bill and moves amendment 0062S. Is any discussion, do we have a second? Second, any discussion on the amendment? Removing the repeal. All right, seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All right, now we'll move to ought to pass as amended. And Senator Reardon moves, Senator Gannon seconds. Any discussion on the bill ought to pass as amended? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Consent? Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Senator Reardon, would you like to take this one out? Senator Reardon will take this one out. Take a motion to come out of exec. All in favor? Aye. We will be in recess for 3 minutes until the next hearing beginning at 9:30.
Secondly, to form the
Good morning, Chair Pearl and members of Senate eDNA. For the record, my name is Sue Prentice, State Senator from District 5, representing 15 different communities. And I'm here to introduce this is my first introduction of this session. I know. So, and I've invited Dr. Gupta, who's a trauma surgeon from the Elliott Hospital, to join me because he's going to be testifying. And this is something that he and I have worked on together. So, as you all know, I am a longtime emergency medical care provider, and in my full-time job is working on a not-for-profit that advances trauma systems in this country. And years ago, the last time this specific committee was even updated, or this piece of the statute that has to do with our trauma system, was in 1999. And that's when I first came to work in state government as a trauma system coordinator. And a law has changed since then. So Senate Bill 421, as I'm introducing this, and I do have an amendment, makes some changes to the membership of this committee. And that's what I want to talk about. But in the backdrop of this, it's important to remember that trauma is the leading cause of death in this state between the ages of 1 and 44. So when you age adjust it, it is the leading cause of death. And we can actually prevent most of these crashes and events from happening. So with that in mind, I want to work to expand and have this committee. Do you guys?
No, you're
Let me take a break. Okay. Expand and have this committee be more inclusive. So instead of having a list of different medical surgical professions, which they've never been able to fill all of them, instead, I want to have the 4 levels of trauma centers represented on this committee, so they can, a level 1 through level 4, which we have in this state, they can designate a doctor, a nurse, a trauma registrar, or an injury prevention person to sit in that seat. But what we'll do is be more inclusive, because the 4 different types of trauma centers, trauma hospitals, will be represented, which now it's really heavy tilted in one direction versus being more inclusive. The second thing that I want to do with the membership of this is bring on a trauma survivor and an injury prevention professional. It's not included in here now. And as I said earlier, we can prevent most of this. And injury prevention and focusing on that is the way to go. And there are a number of our trauma centers in the state that have injury prevention professionals, but they don't have an official voice at the table. And I think recognizing the survivors of trauma and their perspectives, them or a family member, is really important in making sure that we're addressing the needs of the entire trauma system. So more inclusive, and I want to add on, and I do have this amendment, but I'll introduce that in a minute, an annual reporting requirement, because right now, I mean, this is the committee that's responsible for the state trauma plan, and they have a report that they generate, but it doesn't really it doesn't get the light of day that it deserves, considering that our governor, members of the Senate, the House, and the Executive Council have become very focused on traffic safety and preventing traffic accidents. I think, and that is the mechanism behind death. I think having an annual report to the governor on the status of the trauma system, how many of the hospitals are participating, at what different level, talking about the committee activity and specifically recommendations that they might make, not mandates, recommendations for consideration. And then it may be a little more challenging, but the data leading to the causes of injury and death. The Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Safety both have sets of data, and I haven't fully explored how to bring those together. And the EMS data is usually ahead of the hospital data, so we'd have to bring that into sync, but that's a piece of this as well. And it's all, and these committees having transparency and continuous quality improvement available through them is important. So I will end my introduction there, and when it's time, I will introduce an amendment that just adds two more seats to this, since the bill's been introduced.
If you'd like to go right into that now.
All right, so I'm going to introduce, thank you, Senator Pearl, Amendment 0081. And this would add, and I know we don't want to get committees and commissions to be too big, but a physician or physician designee, so it could be a nurse practitioner or a PA or potentially even a nurse, that's going to represent a rehabilitation hospital. And that's a hospital that's focusing on physical rehab. Like we have one in Concord, right on the campus of Concord Hospital. Having a rehab designee in this, thinking about the trauma survivors and when people come fully through the system, is a national recommendation. And actually, Dr. Gupta, after reading what I had prepared, said, I really think we need to focus on rehab. So I brought that in. And then I'm working actively with the Department of Safety and Counselor Stephen to bring us together with the Highway Safety Office Because considering that we're seeing so many traffic-related fatalities, and we know nationally and in the state, that's always been the primary mechanism, having somebody from that office on here, we haven't done that before, is key. And certainly, I'm working for reciprocity. I'm addressing the the Traffic Safety Commission, and trying to get reciprocal representation. But for the purposes of this amendment, it puts these two on there, and that's why I brought this amendment forward. Thank you, Senator Pearl and members of the committee. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions from the committee? Senator? All right, seeing none. Dr. Gupta, did you want to testify as well?
Sure. Thank you for the privilege of the mic. I'm privileged to be here. Just a brief background.
Just please introduce yourself for the record.
Oh, sorry.
And where you live.
First time doing this. Thank you.
That's okay.
Rajan Gupta, Rajangupta. I'm currently the trauma director at Elliott Hospital.
Welcome.
Thank you. As a brief background for myself, I've been in New Hampshire for about almost 15 to 20 years. I was a trauma director at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center for several years and lived in the Upper Valley, and currently, as I said, at Elliott Hospital. I have been the former chair of this Trauma Medical Review Committee as well from 2010 to 2014. Since then, I've been chair of I moved to New Jersey. I was the chair of the New Jersey State Trauma Advisory Committee from 2016 to 2020. I've been on the American College of Surgeons Trauma Systems Committee, and through that mechanism, I reviewed trauma systems in Texas, Wisconsin, and Ohio. And with that experience, now I am currently considered to be one of the leaders in reviewing manuscripts that are submitted to the world's leading trauma journal for trauma systems papers. And the editors of the editorial board really values my opinion on trauma systems. My point being, I think I bring some knowledge and experience of trauma systems to the table. And I think just again from in the 1970s and 80s, after the development of ATLS, and we all know about the crash in Nebraska, and where trauma center development came out in the 70s and 80s. And we're very focused on trauma center development and survivability. And we look at the white paper from the 1960s, the importance of EMS and the importance of initial trauma care and survival was vitally important. In the past 3 decades, I would pose we've evolved. Our survivability is better, but now we want to be more than that. We want to look at functional outcomes. And our goals are now to reintegrate injured people, injured survivors, back into functional society and back as members of the community. And so we take a more holistic and comprehensive approach to what a trauma system is. In the past 3 decades, we have focused on trauma system development. The centers are well established. Now it's time for looking at trauma systems. And trauma systems are much more comprehensive, more than just EMS, more than just the definitive care, acute care hospitals, includes rehab hospitals, includes injury prevention, as Senator Prentice alluded to. Better to prevent it than actually try to treat it. And all those and performance improvement coordinators, there's a lot of factors that go into trauma care that are not well represented on this committee as it currently stands. And I would advocate we can be more global, more comprehensive, and look at our trauma system more constructively with the changes that are proposed.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate it. Any questions from the committee?
Just a quick one for Senator Prentice. So I'm all over the Traffic Safety Commission and all these bills. I wrote tons of them for this year. What's that going to add, having that person? They have no medical knowledge.
Well, exactly. So one of the gaps I think that we're facing in the state is that we have to bridge the medical community into the traffic safety community and vice versa. Because when you prevent crashes, it's important, very important. But when people are injured, getting them to the right place in the right time and having all the people at the table who have a hand in this. And so Senator Gander, you've raised a great point. I think that there's a gap, and that's why I'm trying to bridge this both on this committee and on hopefully the Traffic Safety Commission. And highway safety, I'll also add, that office has federal dollars that come into it, and there is an opportunity for some of their focus and funding to be into the trauma system. We're not making a grab towards that, but for years, I think that this has been a gap and it's well established in other states. So thank you for the question.
Further
I have to go
questions?
introduce another bill, so I'm going to abandon you guys. Hold on.
I think we're set anyway. Thank you both for testifying.
Thank you.
Anybody
Thank you
else?
very much.
Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 421? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. You want to do this quick?
Yeah.
All right. A motion to go into exec, or do you have an issue? You want to wait?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hold off, because actually it's time for our next hearing, so.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. We'll open the public hearing for Senate Bill 426 and introduce one of the sponsors, Senator Pearl.
Thank you, members of the Senate ED&A Committee. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl, representing the District 17, and I live in the beautiful town of Loudon. I am here today on behalf of Senator Altshuler, who is not able to be here, and to introduce Senate Bill 426. So I will read her testimony in. Thank you, Chairman Pearl and honorable committee members. My name is Deborah Altshuler. I represent Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Exeter, Greenland, Hampton, Hampton Falls, Northampton, Rye, and Stratham. I am a statutory member of this committee. At the request of the members of the committee, I've submitted this bill to repeal the committee. This committee has filled its statutory obligations. As per its original charge, the committee has suggested and followed through on changes and reforms to product safety and sales in New Hampshire in collaboration with the legislature. The state fire marshal has the legislative tools and support to move forward without having to convene this committee any further. It is actually a pleasure to say with regards to this committee, our work is done here. Respectfully, I ask the committee to recommend Senate Bill 426 ought to pass. Thank you, Senator Deborah Altshuler, excuse me, District 24. And I know Marshall Toomey is here if there are any questions about the committee, so I would ask that you defer them to him. Thank you.
Senator. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Nobody else is currently signed up. Well, would you like to, please? If you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself for the record.
Yeah. Good morning, Sean Toomey, State Fire Marshal. I think the Senator Pearl kind of summarized it up pretty well. This committee was built, were put together in 1999. The original intent was to, when we were literally approving every single fireworks device that could be sold in a retail store, one by one, that is recommended by the fireworks industry. In 2011, we switched to the CFR, the federal rules that would allow if there's a little consumer fireworks and permissible fireworks are often used interchangeably, but basically we said that if the federal government has it on the list after their testing and such, it can be sold in New Hampshire. As mentioned, our laws and rules are in good place. The meetings are the meat of the meetings is probably 6 minutes. The last couple of years, we say it's 20 minutes because we chat for a bit. But I think that the time has come to let it be, and we have the tools we need to make sure that fireworks, retail sales of fireworks are safe as they can be in the state. We have 1 or 2 probably injuries reported to us a year. Usually it's because of some form of misuse. So happy to answer any questions, but we, Department of Safety and my office support the repeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall Toomey. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none,
Thank you.
I think you did a good job. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 426? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. Take a motion to go into exec.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Pass.
Move on. Senator McHugh moves on to pass on Senate Bill 426. Did you second, Senator Gann? I'm sorry. Any discussion from the committee?
Explosive testimony.
From myself or Marshall Toomey?
Whoa.
Both. It was memorable.
That is a joke.
Yeah, we all fizzle now and then. Anyway, Any further discussion? Any actual discussion on it? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Move consent. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. I will take this one out since I introduced it. Do you want to discuss the last bill, or do you want some time to work on it?
I'll take them to work on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we will- All right, with that, I'll take a motion to come out of exec. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And we will be in recess until 9:50.
morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Senator David Waters, District 4. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 422 relative to the membership of the Governor's Commission on Addiction Treatment and Prevention, a commission of which I have been a member for quite a few years and observed the extraordinary work that it does. So this bill comes before you as a result of the changes made in House Bill 2 to the commission and changing the title and adding the focus on addiction. And I will note that we already are working on the commission on establishing addiction as one of the task force areas, and so that there would be an effort about that, and the commission is going to find ways to learn more about what it needs to know from medical and other providers and recovery folks about how best to undertake that new duty for the commission. So in those conversations, it became clear that if we're going to have the new purpose and the new task force, we need to have somebody on the commission who has expertise in gaming addiction appointed by the governor. And then we also thought that if we have this area, that we need to add a second person who is in that long-term recovery category that could potentially be someone who is in recovery from gaming addiction. So those are those changes there to account for the new purpose of the commission. And then lastly, a kind of housekeeping, since the commission began, for some reason it said who shall be a non-voting member, and I guess I can understand in the midst of time why that was done, but this has been one of our most active and present members, and I think that it would be appropriate for them to actually have a voice in the votes on the commission. So that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, thank you. One question I have, so the whole commission is 10 members?
No, it's many more.
Many more, okay.
Yeah.
All right, just want to make sure we weren't creating a situation where we would have.
Yeah, excuse me, let me just clarify then, thanks for the question. So this section here, you can look at the statute and see
Yeah.
all the statutory
Okay.
members.
There's more members than.
Yeah, House members, Senate members, so on and so forth. But then these are the public members that this section here
Understood.
is amending.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
For that clarification. Questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
We are set. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 422? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. Take a motion to go into exec. Wait a second. All in favor? Aye. You may want to move 422. Senator Reardon moves Senate Bill 422. I will second. Any discussion from the committee? Seeing none? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Consent has been moved. All in favor? Aye. Senator Reardon, would you like to take this one up? All right. I don't think we have anything else to discuss in exec right now, do we? Still good? All right. Take a motion to come out of exec.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. We will be in recess until 10 a.m.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 490, establishing a task force to assess the development of housing at Great Bay Community College and authorizing the college the right to use vacant property for the purpose of developing housing. The bill before you looks at some changes in statute that would need to be done for this, but most importantly sets up the task force. You'll see there's an amendment that I have passed around. It could be a committee amendment because I didn't have time to have it drafted, which adds one duty, an essential duty I'll speak to in a moment, to the task force duties. Mr. Chairman, I don't need to rehearse again, as we discussed in the previous bill relative to military housing, the extraordinary mission of the National Guard and the Army Guard and the Air Force Guard, and all the activities that around Pease, particularly with the flying of that fleet of tankers, which we have the first in the nation, which are so essential to our national defense. And the issues around housing there, and also for people who might have temporary postings who are active military, and whether or not we could serve that need by a combined project with Great Bay Community College. Great Bay Community College, the community college system does have some dormitory operations at other campuses, and with the great increase in the cost of housing, particularly in the Seacoast area, not only for students but for staff, it seemed that there might be some option there at the properties that is already leased to Great Bay Community College. So I think that the need is dramatically there, and that's the purpose of the bill, is to establish a task force to look at that. I would say that the bill, in a way, gets the cart before the horse, because this first section does provide the necessary language for the Pease Development Authority to lease property for such purposes. So that really would not come into operation until the task force had determined whether or not there was a way to do this and whether it was a good idea to try to do this. So turn to the task force. I want to express my great appreciation for Paul Breen and Steve Dupree, who met with me early on to talk about this and have made some great suggestions and expressed their willingness to participate this, and also President Cheryl Lesser over at Great Bay and the community college system, and working on how to put together a task force, a few people necessary for such. I've also had conversations with Town of Newington and Portsmouth folks as well, because there has been an interest for many years in housing at Pease, and many kinds of previous attempts to think at and look at it. I've been around here long enough that I remember when the BRAC process was announced, being taken over by Admiral Kinnear, who was the chief financial officer over at UNH, to look at various properties, and he pointed out all this brand new officer housing that might be used, but under the base closure was all torn down. But I think we have a possibility here through a creative partnership and a leasing program to build a building that could have dual uses, both for military personnel and for folks associated with the college. I want to point to the amendment here, a very necessary addition to the duties. And, my apologies, Mr. Chairman, and to all involved. This is the most obvious thing, and I thought about it and I forgot to put it in. That, of course, the task force has to review the permissibility of military and student housing on Pease Development Authority property pursuant to the United States Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, and avenues for any needed amendment to federal statute. And so that will help to determine whether something can be done and how it could be done related to the governing federal authorities. And then you'll see that the rest of the task force duties are the kinds of things you expect it to do. Look at what the community college system is already doing, whether or not it might be more feasible financially and sustainable to have a lease department model, and then also to look at whether there be military dormitory or other housing models and how one building might accommodate those. Look to potential construction and operation funding sources, including subsidies, grants, low-income housing projects, and I think certainly the possibility here for federal appropriations for military housing. Then to look at various ownership leasing models, and so on and so forth, to operate and maintain a facility, because I don't, I think that that's something you would offload to an entity rather than expecting the college or the military to handle leasing apartments and maintenance and so on and so forth. Look at staffing options. If it is residential life, what kind of staffing do you want to have if there are students there, and what kind of security might you want to make sure you have if there are military personnel as there, and then look at cost, demographics, outcomes, affordability, sustainability, to see if we did this, is it going to work? Is it going to actually do some good not only for student outcomes, but certainly for military presence as well. So it's a relatively short-lived task force that'll do its work. We'll get a report. We'll figure out what we can do under federal authority, and then be able to come back and decide, if we want to pass after the task force report, what kind of legislation we might want to do in the future to put this into operation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you very much.
General Nicolaitis. Morning, welcome back. And
Hey, thanks,
thought-
sir.
I thought I got all your bills in last week.
I know, a few more trickling in. Mr. Chair, committee members, for the record, I'm David Michaelitis, the Adjutant General, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So I want to pull two threads for you, then sort of connect them and tell you the reason why. So the first thread is just the military nexus. So New Hampshire Air National Guard is at one base, Pease Air National Guard Base. We employ approximately 1,100 airmen at that base, plus additional federal civilians and state employees. It is unique. It is unique because we are the only air refueling wing in the entire country at about 16, 17 bases for the Air Guard that employs this refueler called the KC-46 refueler. Because of its strategic relevance, we also have 150 active duty airmen assigned to Pease. An active duty airman, when he comes to Pease, or a service member when they come to Pease, they usually come on a 3 to 4 year rotation. So they'll show up in New Hampshire, they got to rent or buy a house. They serve for 3 to 4 years. They either then sell the house, move on, or do whatever they need to do to go to their next assignment. The problem is with affordable housing is instead of living in Dover or Newmarket, they now live in Wakefield, Milton, and surrounding about making their commute over an hour in time, an hour drive. So that's the military nexus and the reason why. The second side on the partnership side is one of the Guard's primary missions is to build partnerships. There's no greater partner than we have is with the Community College System of New Hampshire and the University System of New Hampshire. And the reason why is they provide free tuition to our service members to pursue an educational opportunity in the state of New Hampshire. It is utterly incredible. So when the senator approached us and says, would you look at this opportunity to partner with the Community College System of New Hampshire? It was a simple yes. I commend the senator for his creative thinking to come up with the feasibility for this task force. If it works, we're all for it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. What I see as the synergy is the same demographic and age. A junior airman that comes to Pease is about 20 years old, which is typically a college-age student. If there's synergy to create dormitory housing for the Community College System of New Hampshire and the Air Force Air Guard can use it, we're all in. Subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Chuck Lloyd?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee. Chuck Lloyd, Vice Chancellor of Community College System, on behalf of the Community College System, as well as specifically Great Bay and President Lesser, who was named earlier. Senator Waters covered a lot of the aspects. We do have housing at some of our NHTI and Lakes Region Community College existing, different models certainly. We're happy to be part of the task force. We have students at Great Bay who come from the large region. It was mentioned some of the airmen come from Wakefield. We have students who come the entire eastern region, specific for our welding program, not only for the shipyard, but other manufacturers in the area, as well as our statewide. We are the only program with veterinary technology over there, so students come statewide. So certainly open to the task force. Housing remains an issue for our students. So happy to take any questions on behalf of the community college system.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you, committee.
Nick Taylor? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'll be very brief. I'm Nick Taylor. I'm the Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. We're a statewide pro-homes advocacy organization. As the other speakers have laid out, housing is, and you know from all the bipartisan legislation that was passed last session, housing remains a huge challenge. To afford the median sales price, a household income has to be $182,000 right now. You need to be making $35 an hour to be affording the median 2-bedroom rent across the state. That's even higher on the Seacoast. So allowing for more housing options in the Seacoast will be beneficial for that entire market, relieving pressure. And then, as the other gentlemen have spoken ahead of me, thinking about the specific issues related to the populations there, a lot of value here. We're in full support of the bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Paul Breen?
I'll wait my time, Chairman.
Steve, come on up.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Steve Dupree. I'm the chairman of the Pease Development Authority. Senator Waters approached us with this. We think it's a great idea to study it. And just for a little background, because I was a newbie when I got in there, on why it's so difficult to do the housing. This was the first base closure done under the BRAC Commission. And I think they probably got more sophisticated since then, but it went from Department of Defense through the FAA to us. And the FAA doesn't own airports, but they sure have a lot of say in them. And so 100% of the revenue that we generate from Wanza, from Sig Sauer, 100% of that revenue by FAA rule has to stay on the property. We can't use it to help ports and harbors. That golf course, which is our most profitable operation, that money all goes to sustain that airport. And if we have a little surplus each year, we put it into a capital account. As you heard from the general, it's key that we keep that airport just like you would Logan or Manchester, and we spend every dime there. So a lot of the space has been leased for commercial uses, which have been allowed. We love the idea of exploring housing. Frankly, if I were all powerful, I'd get the FAA to waive some of these restrictions so we could put even more housing in there. That's a fight that's way above any of our pay grade, but we're very happy to support this. It's not easy dealing with the FAA, as I've learned the hard way, and still continue to learn, but we're happy to help on this study, and it would be wonderful if we could find a way to accomplish this. It would help the Guard, it would help the housing issue, be good for peace. So we're all on board.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks. That's all I have on my list. Anybody else would like to testify on SB 490? All right, seeing none, we'll close the hearing. No, we can do it as a committee amendment. Want to knock this out real quick? All right. Motion to go into exec? All in favor? Aye. So I'll make a motion that we ought to pass 490, and I want to do a committee amendment using the language that Senator Waters provided. Ben, are you clear on what we're using? Do you have a copy? Okay. Everybody clear on the language? All right. So I'm moving on to pass on the committee amendment. Do we have a second? All right, moved and seconded. Discussion on the committee amendment. Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. We'll move on to ought to pass as amended. I moved it and Senator Reardon seconding. Any discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Move consent. All in favor? Aye. And I will take this one out then. Motion to come out of exec? All in favor? Aye. And with that, we will, lost my vice chair, so I'm gonna have to move to you. I gotta introduce the next bill. It will be 502.
Oh, we're past? Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. Another gavel, yeah. Okay. EDNA is back in session. Senator Pearl, want to lead us in 502?
Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl, representing District 17, and I live in the town of Loudon. Excuse me, I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 502, which is a technical cleanup bill for the BEA. And there we go, I got the right notes now. This is a housekeeping bill that updates RSAs to change references from the Office of Planning and Development to either the Division of Planning and Community Development or BEA where is appropriate. These changes were reviewed and approved by the Director of the Planning and Community Development. In 2021, the Department of Business and Economic Affairs absorbed the former Office of Strategic Initiatives and converted it into the Office of Planning and Development. In 2025, the Division of Planning and Community Development was created through House Bill 2, and the OPD now exists under the DPCD along with two other divisions. These housekeeping changes have been reviewed and approved by the respective agencies cited. The one exception is UNH, since the program BEA is looking to be removed from in the RSA, has been dormant for 5 years. There's 4 changes on technical changes on the bill as introduced. Line 10, page 1, it formally adds the DPCD as a division of BEA. And it does again on line 16 of page 1. It also states that planning and community development is a function of BEA. The second change is on line 22 and 23 on page 1, removes BEA as part of the establishment of the New Hampshire Department of Energy. And this change was reviewed and approved by the Department of Energy. Third change is on line 20 of page 3, removes the DPCD director as a member of the Community Development Block Grant Program Advisory Committee. Boy, that is a mouthful. Which is administered by the Community Development Finance Authority. Currently, BEA has 2 seats on the committee, since the Director of Economic Development also has a seat on the committee, which is on line 27, page 3. This bill changes the DPCD member into a 4th public member. These changes were reviewed and approved by the CDFA. The final change on the bill as introduced is on lines 3 to 5 of page 5, and the bill removes the BEA from the Innovation Research Center grant program at UNH. And funding for the NHIRC was discontinued in 21. And according to UNH, no new applications have been or will be accepted for the program. BEA has a strong working relationship with many of the research and business development leadership there now, and will continue to work with UNH to expand economic development opportunities when available. So that's the original bill. I'm bringing forward an amendment to that you'll see on your desk in front of you. And that is at the request of the Department of Labor. They approached me after the bill filing period and had some changes that they wanted to have made, which are just technical cleanup changes, and I thought this bill would be a good vehicle to do so. I know we have a lot of, it's going to be a hectic schedule with trying to have too many bills with the House meeting over at Granite Place, so I thought it made more sense to just put this on as an amendment on this bill. I didn't feel it would be controversial. And rather than filing a late bill so that we'd have another one we'd have to hear, and it's just trying to create the as much make it as easy as we can on the committee, so we don't have to keep going back and forth. So we can get some efficiencies by doing this. I hope the committee will give it consideration. With that, I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions.
Thank you.
Great job. Does anyone else wish to testify? We have no one else signed up, but if someone would like to, and seeing none, we'll adjourn the hearing. Unless the good chair wants to go another route.
We have a motion for exec. Do we have a second?
Yep.
All in favor? Aye. I'm going to move the bill All in favor? Aye, sorry, I almost forgot to vote. I'm gonna move the bill, and then I want to offer amendment, 00, make sure I have the right amendment, 87S, I believe. I just want to make sure I have the right one. Yes, okay. So I have two bills in a row, both have amendments. I want to make sure I'm getting the right one here. As I spoke to in my testimony, this is just cleanup language in the amendment for the Department of Labor. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We'll be voting on the ought to pass as amended. I've moved, Senator Reardon seconded. Any discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Consent? All in favor? Aye. And I will take this one out. And look at that, we're right on time for the next bill. Motion to come out of exec? All in favor? Aye. The next one is also mine. You guys on time, 10:20? Yep, right now. Wow. Jeez. Very efficient. Yeah. Very comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah.
494. And Senator Pearl is going to introduce the bill for us. Welcome again, Senator.
Thank you. Great to be back before the best committee in the Senate. Always running on time, or mostly. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl, representing District 17. I live in the beautiful town of Loudon. I am here today to introduce Senate Bill 494. This bill is relative to the State Fire Code, fire incident reporting and investigations, and the duties of the State Fire Marshal. This bill provides updates the version of the fire code and ratifies all amendments, excuse me, reviewed and approved by the Board of Fire Control as of December 31st of 25. Secondly, it modifies the procedures for the reporting and investigation of fires. It adds additional duties to the State Fire Marshal, and it allows the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to share with the Fire Marshal business contact information for licensees and past licensees of the Mechanical Safety and Licensing Board to aid in certain inspections appointed by the Fire Marshal or the Department of Safety. And you will see that I also have an amendment to this bill, Amendment 0064S, and that is clarifying the information that can be released or can be exchanged between the two divisions, because once we move these investigators from OPLC over to the Fire Marshal's office, they need to have the ability to access the info they need to do their job. So the amendment will help to clarify that. But Marshal Toomey may want to speak a bit more in detail on that than I will. So with that, I'll close my testimony and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions.
All right,
Awesome
thank you.
testimony. Marshal Toomey. Good to see you again, sir.
Good morning again. Good morning, Sean Toomey, State Fire Marshal of the record. Thank you for having me. I'll be quick. This bill does do a lot. I sent you all an email this morning with some background if you want to do some heavy reading. One of them's you got a printed one. Perfect. Thank you, Senator Reardon. It has the proposed rules, which is our safe FMO 300 rules, which are all of the amendments in rule format if this all goes forward. All of the amendments essentially are carry forward amendments that we have today. So there's really very little change, some renumbering and some coordination with the new code. So as you may recall, we try to stay on a 3-year cycle with our codes in the state, our building and our fire codes. This bill addresses the fire code. So we'd be moving from the 2021 edition of NFPA 1 and 101 to the 2024 edition. Our office worked with the board to hopefully address any amendments that are appropriate for New Hampshire. The biggest change I will share with you moving into the 24 codes is the addition of some carbon monoxide alarms and different uses this year, which I think makes sense, right? The only way you're going to detect a carbon monoxide issue is with an alarm. So they're fairly inexpensive. and really a life-saving device. So probably the biggest one out of that is technically, if you look at the code, it's adding for our apartments. We already have had that in our statutes for a good number of years, so that's really not a big change. So I won't bore you with all of the details, but I think this is good practice. One of the things with keeping up to date with our codes is addressing emerging issues and things like that. So happy to answer questions off to the side or later if you have any. The next part is on the incident reporting and investigations. When we looked into the statute refers to paper reporting from 1975, where as of this month, we've launched into a new national emergency response information system that comes from the feds, known as NERIS. And that's where we get all of our fire data from at the local level, and we can help tell what's going on in New Hampshire from a fire and EMS response. So it thought it was prime time to update our codes from 1975 and get into the electronic era, which is what we've been doing for quite a while. And we work closely with the Fire Chiefs Association to make sure that we didn't miss anything there. While we were doing that, we noticed that there was some investigative language about suspicious fire. And it talks about, one thing I heard is it talks about by design. The language, the sentence moved from one section of the statute to the other. We didn't change really anything there. It's really if someone's set a fire, reach out to our office and we can help so we can chase down the act of arson. We also added some language in there to help clarify carbon monoxide deaths. There's some confusion about if the death is related to a vehicle, and have been for the last couple of years have been going to those to assist the municipalities if it's a death in a motor vehicle. So we just wanted to clarify that, so it's clean up. The last, or two more quick ones, the duties of the fire marshal, as you heard, and as you know, OPLC, we moved the electrical and mechanical inspectors in those programs to our office in July of 2025. It's been going really well. But there's a few little clunky things that we had to clean up. One being the fees. The mechanical fees are still going back to OPLC, and we're doing intergovernmental transfers in the background to make that clean up. This bill would make it clear that it would come to us and follow the fees that are in our state building permit program, the 8100 rules, which have been in place for just about 10 years now. The electrical inspection fees, we can charge some, but not all of them. It's kind of weird. So we just added some language that it would be in line with what's in mechanical and the other inspections we would be doing. So that if someone were to request us to do an electrical inspection for, say, your home, or if a contractor wanted us to do an inspection absent a local inspector, that we could charge a fee consistent with all the other fees that we're doing. So that's in there. And lastly, we were working with the Fire Chiefs Association and some stakeholders. At times, we've seen a lot of stuff around third-party reviews and inspections lately. At times, local fire departments aren't able to keep up, or based on vacations or staffing issues or whatever. On a permitted inspection at the local level, if after 3 days that they can't reach the local fire chief or their designee to do the inspection, they can reach out to our office and we could charge a fee to go out and do that inspection on their behalf. We did put a position in there because we're not quite sure on the workload. I think that's pretty important to try to manage the load, as we're at 13 vacancies right now. But I think that'll be a big help to the communities in making sure stuff's being done expeditiously at the local level when the local departments need that assistance. And lastly, I think you'll hear from Steve Rancourt and ECBA, but we've been working with them on that information sharing, as Senator Pearl indicated. One of the things our inspectors came over, they used to have access to their OPLC system, which is whether you're a doctor or a nurse or engineer or whatever, you could log in and get all kinds of information about the inspectors or the credential, the licensee, I should say. Right now, we've been kind of running a little bit blind for the last 6 months. We'll go to a site and run into a plumber or an electrician, and we can't even get, if they're not there and the person says, well, I'm going to use Steve Rancourt. Steve Rancourt's on this job. We can't even log in anymore and get his phone number. We're relying on Google to try to find him. So we're thinking that if we can work with OPLC, we worked with the executive director we need to clean up the language to make sure that the information sharing is proper. They have similar language with DHHS on certain information, but contact information, a little bit of background on the history. We're assisting them, and we have an MOU in place for if there's an investigation of someone's done some wrongdoing, that we'll provide technical assistance already through the MOU. But we think that some base information that they used to have would be very helpful. So, and we're supportive of the amendment. So I think that's it. It's a lot here, but happy to answer any questions, or if you have something after, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none?
Thank you very much.
Is there another sign? Tricia, is there another?
Be
oh,
very
you got another
fast.
sign up sheet? There we are. That's what I was looking for. All right. Nick, you want to come up and talk about OPLCs? I know there was some concerns you had, a little clarification you were looking for, at least that was my understanding.
Sure. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. For the record, Nicholas Fry, OPLC General Counsel. We take no position on the bill, but just had a few operational things that I wanted to run by. So I think the largest concern with the bill is just refining the language a little bit, making it a little bit more precise so it's clear what language is being, or excuse me, what information is being requested. It's currently written, it's very vague.
Nick, would you be referring to the base bill or the amendment?
The amendment.
The amendment.
Yeah, the base bill, no position,
Yeah,
no issue with that. With the amendment itself, though, I'm just looking at the highlighted language that I put in there, licensing information and history of the licensee. And then there's also a catch-all at the end of business contact information and any other information is deemed necessary by the state fire marshal in order for inspectors to perform their daily responsibilities. It's very broad at this point in time. A couple concerns with that are that we have disciplinary actions, not the investigative files, but those are retained indefinitely. Currently, that would mean we need to go through any paper files that we have, as well as potentially going over to archives. So it'd be helpful if we could make the language a little bit more precise around maybe our electronic data system, which I think that was the intention of trying to share between our two agencies.
Do you have some language that, or a specific way you'd like that phrase to read?
I'm happy to put something together and work with Director Juris, Mr. Toomey, and Mr. Rancor.
Okay, nothing you brought today, though?
Nothing I've brought today. I've got something in the works on it, but I kind of wanted to also get an understanding of what information exactly was necessary. I'm hearing we need contact information so that we can contact people. I think what's meant by licensing history is disciplinary, past disciplinary history, but I don't have full confirmation of that. I'm assuming that's probably what the testimony is going to be. And so we would want to just make sure that with respect to that information, as I said, there's some sort of precision in the language. And then also we would need to have, make it clear in the statute or the proposed bill that the information remains exempt from 91A if it's going to another agency. We currently have 310.9 Roman numeral 4, which exempts our investigative files as confidential information. And we also have for licensing information, there's RSA 161-B:11-A, Roman numeral 6, I believe, which exempts professional licensing applications that contain a social security number from RSA 91A.
So you will put all of these changes that you recommend into some kind of a sentence and present it, give it to me so that I can share it with the fire marshal?
I'm happy to
and other
work on that, yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry? Yeah, I want to move this bill through fairly quickly, so if that's something you could do for me in the next few days would be appreciated.
I just want to make sure. I think those are the major concerns. Yeah.
All right, so essentially OPLC's concerns are just about defining what that info is, it looks like in the 91A exemption.
Yeah, those are the biggest concerns.
All right.
Yep.
And so I'll look to you to provide me some info sometime in the next few days,
Yep.
preferably by the end of the week if possible. And
Yes.
I will get that into Word form and run it by all of the interested parties that are here and make sure we're, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Steve? Good morning, welcome to EDA.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. Appreciate it. My name is Stephen Rancourt, licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire and executive director of the Electrical Contractors Business Association, the ECBA. We're here in favor of the bill for all the previous things. The main portion of the bill is all important stuff, and I think we hope that you'll pass that. And mostly here to speak on the amendment. The concerns were our inspectors, as they said, moved from the OPLC to the Department of Safety. And the access they had to certain information they no longer have, looking to get the information they need to do their job. As Fire Marshal said, you go up to a job, somebody's not there, and they say, oh, Steve did the work, but they don't know Steve who, and they have to do some investigation work to try to find them. And they only have access to what I or any of us have access to on the website right now. You can look up a license, see if they're there, see if they're active or not, but if you don't know their name, now what? Like the Fire Marshal said, you're Googling it. We thought that the wording that we put in there would cover issue. I don't believe we're trying to get any 91 information, 91A information, social security number, stuff like that. The business contact information that's in there was in the original bill and wording from OPLC, so I don't think there should be any issues with that. Telephone numbers work, email addresses, stuff like that. And then we added, I believe, licensing or suggested the licensing information because that's all they're looking for. They're not looking for all the rest of the personal information as they're going to go to the jobs, drive around to find issues, code compliance, stuff like that. That's part of their job. So they're just looking to get access to it. I mean, and we had talked about and put the wording in there that, or whatever was necessary, deemed necessary by the state fire marshal. Because in this legal world, if you don't have every little letter defined, right? Oops, we missed it. Now next month it gets passed and we can't get one thing. And so we thought that having the fire marshal be the person that decides whether they need it or not the inspectors, between them and OPLC would be the best way to give it some oversight without any prejudice whatsoever. So we hope that you'll consider that. We'd be glad to work with Nick to try to come up with something that satisfies theirs as well and get it back to you if possible.
Well, thank you, Steve. It appears we're all going in a good direction, and we'll get that definition from OPLC to alleviate their concerns about the broadness and make sure that it's distributed to the stakeholders that have been active on this. Thank you for your input. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 494? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. I'm going to have to hold this one for amendment, so we won't need to exec it today. We will be in recess, I believe, till 1 p.m. I had to have a defined start time, so you've got an extended lunch break. We will be back at 1. All right, everyone, with it being 1 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and open the hearing on Senate Bill 522, and I will recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Rochford.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I think our committee is looking as sparse as it is here today. Everyone's running around. For the record, my name is David Rocher. I represent Senate District 1, which is 50 plus communities north of Rumney all the way to the Canadian border. And I'm here today to introduce my bill, Senate Bill 522, which is reestablishing the commission to study the economic impact of the arts and culture in New Hampshire. And the genesis of this bill really just started last year during the budget talks. The arts community, which has typically been funded by the legislature, was cut. The budget was cut. And there were a lot of assertions or assumptions or questions that really centered around the fact that, is there a return on investment? Is there money that we're investing in the arts, are we getting a return on it? Personally, I can tell you, I think it does. Anecdotally, we have a wonderful community theater group in Littleton, Theater Up. Every time they have a show, Main Street's packed. The Colonial Theater in Bethlehem, whenever they show a film, the Main Street is packed. Weathervane Theater in Whitefield, you walk through the parking lot there, not only is it filled with cars from New Hampshire, but we see cars from Massachusetts and Connecticut and Vermont. And we know people that come specifically to New Hampshire to spend their time there, focused around a weekend at the theater. So again, speaking with the business owners in my community, they notice an uptick in restaurants. They notice an uptick on Main Street stores whenever there's an arts function going on. The problem is we don't have any data to validate that return. And this commission, all it does is it sets up a commission to look at that, to study that. Over the past decade, Dover, Lebanon, Portsmouth, Nashua, other folks in different counties have done studies like this, and they show that there is a clear economic multiplier associated with the arts and the investment in that. So going back to last year, the question was, we don't have the data. All this is the focus behind 522 is to provide the data. Quite frankly, I may be a little biased, but I think the data is there. But I'd like to put the commission together to study it. So when we go back to budget in the next year and a half, and this topic comes up again, which it will, we'll have some up-to-date information for that. For the record, there was something done about 10 years ago that focused around there. There was not a definitive answer that came out of that, but I think there's been a lot of changes in the arts community in New Hampshire since that, and I think that data is there. So, I strongly support, an ought-to-pass motion on this. And if you've got any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll get back to my committee.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions?
10-second question.
All right.
Gotta ask you something. No one's probably gonna disagree with you that having the arts is gonna bring more money into a town or a community. The question would be, is our spending state money gonna be a multiplier, increase it more?
Well, I think you just look at what we have other agencies in the state where we invest state money, whether it's tourism or business and economic development or other areas where the state is making an investment and getting a return on that. And really, that's the premise of this. We're making an investment for a return on that.
So I wasn't clear. So like the Peterborough Players, another theater group,
Yep.
People are going to go to that whether or not the state has put any money into it. It's just a community thing. People come up to it. Is spending state revenue going to increase their attendance, which is going to generate more money, secondary spending? Or is it just going to happen whether or not we put it in?
No, I don't think it's personally. I don't think it's going to happen regularly. Okay. You look at where there are facilities and organizations in the state that use these funds, and they use them to really increase the quality of the arts. And you got a better quality arts program, and people are going to travel. You don't see a lot of people traveling from Vermont to see, no offense to high school theater, the local high school theater group, but when you're bringing in equity actors from New York, when you're bringing in investment to facilities that's really going to be a draw to the economic, pull economic resources into these facilities.
Thank you, Senator. Go to your committee. Good to
All
see you.
right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 4 of the people who signed in support. Did any of you want to speak? Did you want to come on up? Yes, please. And just please introduce yourself. There you go.
Hi, my name is Victoria Cole, and I conduct and lead the White Mountain Voices in Littleton, New Hampshire. So I'm a constituent of Senator Rochefort, and I am a native of Franconia. I live in the house that I came home to as an infant. So I'm a longtime native to this state. And I came back here after living away for a little bit to take care of my mom, and then I decided to stay. And I decided to stay for 2 reasons. We had a good public school in my town, which is Franconia, and we had cultural amenities, especially for my kid in the community. So, and I started White Mountain Youth Voices, which is a youth choir that serves ages 6 through 14. And then we have an adult choir, which is now up to 50 people in Littleton. We just had, and I'll just tell you 2 anecdotes about that I think supports this idea of how the arts can magnify and the economic impact of a town. Our Christmas concerts in the 3rd week in December were in Gorham and Littleton, and we made music in front of 400 people, which is really amazing in a town like Littleton and up in Coos County. And I can tell you anecdotally, and also for fact, because I was part of 30 people that went out to a restaurant afterwards, that a lot of those people come and they go to the theater, or they go to a concert, and they spend money in the restaurants. We also get calls from people who are staying in local hotels, who are looking for entertainment, and they want to know how to get to the concert. So I have a vested interest in sort of keeping this connection with the arts and helping the hospitality industry, and I have a lot of friends in the hospitality industry. The other thing I just wanted to mention, there again, totally anecdotally, but on my street, there are 3 young couples who moved up here during COVID, who are working from the North Country remotely. And a lot of people down here moved heaven and earth to get fiber optic into my community, and that was great. But they decided to stay for very much the same reasons. They're staying because the quality of life, which of course God gave us in terms of the White Mountains with hiking and hunting and fishing and skiing, but also for the amenities, the good educational opportunities for their kids. And and we're competing with people with states all over the country to keep those people here, and also to attract corporations and industry and back up to the North Country. Over the course of my lifetime, I've seen Coos County and Northern Grafton County really lose a lot, and I would love to see, small business, small manufacturing, whatever, come back. But we have to prove to those employers that we have a quality of life that's going to support their employees' families. So that's kind of the gist of why I'm here. So I really wanted just to say I applaud the reintroduction of this legislation to get the data. I mean, I think I'm with the senator that the data will show that there is an enormous payback on just people spending money in the community. But it's if you look at the U.S. News and World Report, you will see that the quality of life issues really impact who moves into a community and who stays there. And it's not only second homes and vacation people, but people who are here to put roots down. I mean, I was given roots here, but A lot of people in my town come here and they fall in love with it, but we have to give them reasons to stay. And that means organizations like Theater Up, like the North Country Chamber Players, I sit on their board, and like my organization, which is truly homegrown. So we're not necessarily in the business, for example, of bringing people, equity actors from New Hampshire. We're interested in, I've got a local fireman who sings in my group. I've got, I've got a family with 2 kids, a 16 and an 18-year-old and a 45-year-old, all of whom sing in the choir. So, and choral music in particular, I'll just end with this. It really shows that people of different political stripes can come together, and with teamwork and discipline, they make something beautiful. I mean, the fact of the matter is, in my group, we have people from all different political spectrum. So I hope that we can get some data and get this Arts Commission going again, because I just really believe in the impact of the arts on the quality of life up here. Thank you very much for what you're doing.
Thank you, Victoria.
Yeah.
Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none? No, we're good. Dick, Dick Moby, did you want to speak as well?
You're not speaking, right?
No? Okay. That is all I have on my list. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on SB 522? All right, seeing none, we'll close the hearing. I see Senator Birdsell is here, so we will move on to okay, thank you. We will move on and open up the hearing on Senate Bill 573 and recognize Senator Birdsell to introduce. Good afternoon. Welcome to EDNA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. You know, it's a good day when you can come to work and see dogs. Favorite part of the day. So my name is, for the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, Senator from District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 573. Comfort dogs, or the name can change, but we're talking about comfort dogs. The comfort dogs are specially trained to provide emotional support, comfort, and crisis response in cases where people are experiencing stress through trauma or crisis. Over the years, I've been the chair of the PTSD Commission, and the commission itself has heard some wonderful stories about our comfort dogs. But also there were issues regarding the comfort dogs of being allowed into organizations where they needed to be to help with the comfort. So as the commission decided to go ahead and put together a subcommittee, because there really are no standards for comfort dogs in the state of New Hampshire, and I believe there's no standards across the nation. So we would be the first to put some standards in. And I don't want them to get confused with therapy dogs, service dogs. These are comfort dogs that are owned by facilities. So in that vein, the PTSD Commission voted to initiate the subcommittee, and I want to thank Justin Breton and Patch for chairing the committee, and the rest of the subcommittee for getting a lot of this work done for us. So I'll try and run through it very quickly. Section Roman numeral 1 through X are basically definitions. On page 3 starts actually the certification process. So on page 3, the facility comfort dog training, it goes through some of the training and certification that these dogs are going to have to go through. Canine Good, and these are all AKC Club certifications, American Kennel Club certifications. Canine Good Citizen, Advanced Canine Good Citizen, Urban Canine Good Citizen, and they will be the ongoing training, and they will have ongoing training. The one thing I did, when I did talk to Justin Breton yesterday, the line, page 3, line 9, where I have a minimum one per quarter. Justin, what did we say? 1 hour per month of structured training. So yeah, that's one change. It also goes through it. They are going to be required to have exposure to various emergency public safety environments, including interactions with first responders. So that section 3, Roman numeral 3, goes through, services or public safety agency employing or owning the facility comfort dog shall maintain. They need to maintain detailed records of the training of these dogs. As well as on line 19, it goes through the comfort dog handler training, and the trainer will go through the same training as the comfort dog. And there will be, on line 33, we did get it right, a minimum of 1 hour per month of structured training for both of them. And all of these classes are American Kennel Club certifications.
Senator, may I interrupt and ask you a question?
Sure.
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Line 13, emergency services, a public safety agency employee or owning. You had said earlier you were looking for these to be facility owned. Should they be owned by the facility or owned or employed? I guess I'm trying to.
This is something I'm going to talk to Justin about and go through it.
So you'll provide some further clarification?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, didn't mean to break you up, but I
That's
think it was
okay.
easier to ask as you were going.
That's okay. So page 4, lines 4 through 11, reviews the licensing, rabies certification, and insurance information. And again, the handler and the facility comfort dog teams have 1 year to get certified. And it authorizes the comfort dog and their team accompany their handler into any, and this is where I think is one of the most important pieces, allows the dog and the handler into any public facility, housing accommodation, or public place of accommodation to which the public is invited while performing their duties. So let's just say there's a traumatic event at a Walmart. And I know in the past, Walmart hasn't allowed dogs into their facility. And I know that my sister had trouble when she was doing CCI raising, them allowing a dog in. This will allow the dogs to come into the facility. So on page 5, we go into the facility, the dog care. And from my understanding and talking with Justin and others, there is no dog that is on a raw diet, but in most cases, raw diets are not recommended because it can unintentionally transmit foodborne diseases to humans. So they don't recommend a raw diet. Also, the dog needs to be confined in a vehicle which is traveling in excess of 55 miles per hour, and it specifies what types of confinement, whether it's a crate, seat belt. It also states no prong collars or e-collars, whether it's in training or whether it's in as a working dog. And one of the most important things that I wanted to make sure that they covered was retirement of these dogs. Because I had heard stories, not in the state, in other states that sometimes they brought them to a shelter once they were done. The facility that owns the dog needs to have a policy for safe and humane retirement. If not, it needs to be returned to the agency or the nonprofit where it originated. And again, I want to thank Justin and the subcommittee for all the work they did on bringing this forward.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mhm.
Do you envision you envision these dogs being owned by the facility? Is
I would prefer
is
that-
leasing an option?
That I need to talk with Justin and company about.
Okay.
I think my preference would be to be owned, but I know there are some that are, they're, let's say, employed. So I would never want to take a dog out of service. So, maybe they can be grandfathered.
More follow-up, if it's okay, and if you can't answer this, we can figure it out later on.
I'll
I
do
don't
my
s-
best.
I don't see anything in here about a spaying or neutering policy. Is that something that you want to address in this bill?
I think I would, but again, I want to talk with, I know that there are, like CCI do require spaying and neutering. I'm not sure, I want to talk with the members of the subcommittee or at least Justin to talk about that.
That's all the questions I had. Senator McGue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Mhm.
Great idea. On page 4, line 14, it just says fully insure. Is the intent liability insurance, or that's what I would sort of presume, but
Yes.
or because it could be, pet health insurance, like for the health of the dog.
Well, that would really be up to, I think that would be up to the pet insurance piece. Our thought was the liability issue.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none?
Thank you.
Senator Burtsell, right? Senator Burtsell, I have one question, so come back if you would. Just looking to see Holly Stevens from NAMI. No, you can come around. Would you rather wait a little bit? All right. So Chief Osgood. Is Chief Osgood here? Yeah, we'll have him come up. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my list straight here. Good morning, sir, and welcome, good afternoon, I'm sorry. Welcome. We've been here all day, so. Thank you.
I support this bill, and Senator Woods also did a couple of things that still need to be worked out. I personally believe that the agency that employs the dog should own the dog. This program started in New Hampshire in 2018, and it's growing from one dog to 40 in the state. So I think that the time is right to have some criteria for the training, the handlers training. And I think that the committee has captured everything that we do for the
Oh, sorry, I didn't notice.
Start over.
No, that's okay. Any questions from the committee for the chief? No? Well,
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do, and thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Justin Bratton.
Chairman, if you don't mind, I'm going to
Please. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Members of the committee, Mr. Chair, thank you for having us. I apologize for some of our order, but we wanted to get this right just because of the importance that it means to all the departments that have successfully been able to implement these programs and what these standards truly mean, not only for the communities that we serve, but the handlers that are trying to make these programs successful and the amount of effort that's gone into trying to get this right and get it right the first time. I know that the gravity of a lot of the bills that you hear, and when you see a comfort dog bill come across your desk, I hope it's something that can definitely bring a smile to your face and a little bit of a deep breath, because that's the genuine intention of all of our programs. This bill is being brought forward with a genuine intention of creating some structure, some safety, and some accountability for programs that have already started saving lives all across the state. As you heard from the senator and Chief Osgood, this isn't an idea that was created overnight. There was a lot of thought and intention put behind this bill. And we truly thank Chief Osgood for his original idea of bringing this forward to New Hampshire, because we have genuinely seen this transform lives. As a chair of the subcommittee, we thought it was important to be here to truly explain the effort that went into this. We pulled together representation from our law enforcement first responder PTSD committee, from all assets of the emergency services personnel community: police, fire, EMS, corrections, NAMI, chiefs associations, both on the fire side and the police side, trainers, breeders, and ultimately the handlers that are currently doing this work in the state, out of a genuine effort to put all of their perspectives into play from the beginning. We all know in the live free or die state, it's very hard to come in and tell people what they can and cannot do. And we all know that when you bring a dog into the equation, there's a lot of different opinions and perspectives that come into play. So knowing that could be a lot of eyes on this and a lot of scrutiny, and the fact that there isn't a lot of example around the country to build from, we knew that it was important to get it right the first time. As the senator established, this bill truly, the genuine initial intention of it was to focus on our initial training and now certification that we all feel that we can meet to establish that credibility that we need to build trust in our communities and make sure, most importantly, that all of our partners are performing to the same level and our delivery of services across the state are unmatched. We have seen this work truly transform the way law enforcement interacts with the community specifically. My assistant chief, who helped bring this program to the department, initially said that if he could replace all of us with comfort dogs, he would. End quote. So
I think you're safe.
So in addition to the importance of our initial training, what we all felt as handlers and individuals involved in these programs was our recertification and creating something that we could deem a certification in the state of New Hampshire. The AKC provides that structure. There's very little guidance out there as far as other training and certifications that are accessible to us, but we all know everything in the emergency services provider community is heavily scrutinized, and everything we do needs to be certified and documented. So we truly attacked this idea with that mission. We are looking to be able to train, certify, and recertify on a regular and consistent basis. We're also looking to maintain records that the trainers are obtaining training in some very significant issues because these handlers are going out in their first responder capacities and they are dealing with our community members on their very worst day. It doesn't matter if it's a completed suicide, a family member experiencing a mental health crisis, navigating a substance misuse issue. We are encountering our community members when they need us most. And what these partners are doing is allowing those individuals to take a deep breath, feel like themselves, and for all of us within our departments to bring together the appropriate community support services to get these families the help that they need. In addition to the work that we do in the community, I think where we've seen some of the most success is working within our own four walls of the departments that we serve. navigating first responder mental health is definitely something that I'm incredibly passionate about. I serve my department as our mental health and wellness coordinator, and I'm also the coordinator of one of the 5 regional teams in the state of New Hampshire that provide peer support services to first responders anywhere in New Hampshire. And the work that our partners are able to achieve amongst our own community and amongst our own personnel and employees is unmatched. The level of connection, the level of de-escalation, and the level of us bringing everybody to a level playing field to have a conversation cannot be articulated in the short time that I know I have with you folks. So as the senator mentioned and as chief mentioned, we do have some things that we would like to clear up to make sure that we get this right from the beginning. And so that way we can truly be an example all across not only New Hampshire, but the country.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I'm not sure if you did or not. Could you just introduce yourself? I'm not sure if you did.
I'm incredibly sorry. For the record, my name is Justin Breton. I'm a police officer in the Manchester Police Department.
Chief, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you. For the record, my name is David Goldstein. I'm the retired chief from Franklin and presently the mental health and wellness coordinator for the Rockingham County Sheriff's Office. I'm only here primarily to answer any questions that the committee might have, because ours was the second dog to be put into service. And if the committee does have any questions, perhaps from my point of view, I could answer those for you. What Justin said is absolutely correct. As soon as we put our dog online, our comfort dog online, he saved the life of a middle school child who tried to kill herself. And it was because of the dog that she's now thriving. So just examples like that are rife within the field itself. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Well, thank you both. We all know that mental health awareness and having those resources is incredibly important, especially amongst our first responders. So thank you for what you do. Any questions from the committee? I think you guys have done a very good job, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Holly, do you want to come up now?
Chairman Pearl and members of the committee, my name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are a grassroots organization whose mission is to improve all lives of folks impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, advocacy, and education. I'm here today to testify in support of the bill. I apologize for the confusion. I just know that Justin had signed up before I had and thought that it would be for continuity. It might be better for you to hear from him first.
No worries.
As way of background, NAMI New Hampshire has a seat on the commission to study the incidence of post-traumatic stress disorder in first responders. That commission has been very hard at work on a lot of policy since its inception. And this is just one more policy coming out of that commission that is ripe for being enacted at this point in time. In New Hampshire, 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness, and for our youth, it's 1 in 6 aged 12 to 17 experience a major depressive episode each year. That equates to about 260,000 Granite Staters that are impacted by a mental health condition, with 66% of our, 66,000 of our folks living with a serious mental illness. In 2021, nearly 40% of our adults had symptoms of anxiety or depression. And we know that those are just the folks with our underlying mental illnesses that are ongoing. It doesn't count the folks that are impacted by trauma on a daily basis that may have post-traumatic stress disorder for a short period of time. Compared to the general population, first responders experience higher rates of depression, PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, and anxiety. In fact, data from the U.S. Department of Health and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration showed that 30% of first responders have a mental health condition. That's nearly 1 in 3. Unlike, as you've heard, typical police dogs, comfort dogs work to ease trauma for individuals impacted by violence, tragedy, traumatic events. But they can be used in the community as a bridge to build relations with the community or within the organizations themselves to alleviate the symptoms that I've spoken about. Comfort dogs provide emotional support to first responders and the communities that they serve. And they help with, as you've heard, the trauma experiences that folks experience on a daily basis. So because of those reasons, we do support this bill today.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none?
Thank you.
Rochelle Jones. Trevor, could you open that window just a little? And Tricia, is there a second sign-up sheet up there? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Trevor.
Trying to sit in all the seats today. This is
Well,
my
good
partner,
afternoon.
my partner Mason.
Hi,
I'll
Mason.
introduce him first. Mason comes to us from Hero Pups. He's my partner for about 2 years. My name's Detective Rochelle Jones. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for Portsmouth Police Department. I've been a police officer going on 24 years now. Prior to that, I was a U.S. Army veteran, military police. I worked in corrections at Leavenworth Prison, and I was also in the Army National Guard in New Hampshire. So I am in Group 2. I could have retired a few years ago, but per contract, I'm not leaving my partner. Per our SOP, we have a few more years to go. I am in support of this bill, and one of the things that I would like to see amended is instead of facility first, I would really like to see comfort first. And that is because Comfort Dog actually goes way back when I was researching to become a Comfort Dog handler. Sit. All right, hold on a second, get comfortable. Sit. Don't you dare jump on that table. He'll come see you. It's hard for them because they want to walk around, say hi to you guys, and they're like, why are we just sitting here? This is the worst. But I researched Comfort Dogs, and I found as far back as 2008, the Lutherans actually started the program, and it was in a response to Hurricane Katrina, but they were the first ones to put the vests on to say pet me, and Comfort Dogs was the title. So although it may be a little bit new to New Hampshire, it is not new. But for me, if I close my eyes, I'm not going to ask everybody to do that in this room, and I say the word facility, the first thing that comes to me is a building. With every other working dog, it's what they do is their first title. So your therapy dog, you know, that's therapeutic services. Like your emotional support dog, okay, emotional support. Your canine bomb detection dog. You know, everybody, it just takes away from, I think, the work that we've been doing and the title that we've had since we started our programs. So that's pretty important. It's also in Max's law. Max was one of our canines from Portsmouth Police Department that had the unfortunate died in a training accident. And even in that bill, it says comfort canines. So I just really believe that it should be comfort facility dog first, because no matter what environment they're in, that's the comfort that they're going to be providing. So that's, and I did talk to the senator about that. So that is something we're going to discuss, but I really wanted to just have that on record. And if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
Great, well, thank you for coming in. And we appreciate your testimony, and Mason has done a wonderful job.
Thank you. And I have his
Very
trading cards for you.
Yes, we need Mason to introduce it. No.
He doesn't speak. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the committee? No, I think we're good. No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Final speaker I have is Laura Barker.
I love it.
I'm gonna stay with you. That's his yaya. He's so crazy for his yaya.
All right. Mason trading cards. These may be valuable someday. Well, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Laura Barker, and I'm the founder of Hero Pups, and this is Liberty, and it seems like all the other dogs here, I've already met you. So there's a lot of great things that have been said about the first responders, and I totally agree with that. I am not going to get into what they've already said because everything they said was true. I'm going to be here more to talk about the dog part of this. And, you know, my organization, when I founded it, I wanted to help people. I'm a volunteer. We're all volunteers at the facility. So, you know, we're doing it because we have one mission: help people. We were lucky enough to be approached by Concord PD and Chief Osgood to do Liberty. the first comfort dog in New Hampshire. And, you know, we kind of had to put some parameters on what a comfort dog program looked like. I knew the dog part, obviously, Chief had his side, and then all the other parts just kind of fell into place. I won't speak for him, but I do not believe any of us thought it would be this big or this popular or have such a dramatic impact on the people that we're trying to serve. So, the dog part of this is where I think some of the details need to still be worked out. At the end of the day, I want to make sure that the people that are having the input on this bill are the people that are not receiving financial gain, that are not getting sidetracked from what the mission is. I believe that ownership is very important as far as having a facility, an agency, a department own the dog. That's primarily because of the liability aspect. There are, like I say, there's discussions that should be had and what we call them. Truthfully, I don't really care. There are some of the people in the service dog world that want it very distinct and very clear. And I also see their part. I see where they're coming from. The public can get very confused, but we can't fix that. So that language, that's up to y'all to decide what would be best. Do you want to speak as well?
If I may, my name is Lenny O'Keefe, and I work at for the Concord Police Department. I'm a civilian employee at the police department. One of the little pieces that we're missing today is way back when we first got Liberty, we tried to introduce legislation for the dogs to work in the courts. And because of COVID, it kind of got tabled. But one of the big things me and Lib do, and some of the other dogs do too, is we start with the children at the Child Advocacy Center. So when kids are getting their forensic interviewing done, the dogs are meeting with those kids before, and we're not sitting on the interview because we don't want to sway the interview, but then we meet the kids immediately after. From there, and I'm very lucky that I work in Concord, and the judges in Concord Superior Court allow us into their court. And we will stay, we go with the kids when they do their practice trial, with the kids first get introduced to a courtroom and stuff like that. And we're with the kids and we go in there and so on. When the trial happens, we don't go with the kids when they go in and testify. There are states that allow the dogs on the stands, but we don't do that at Concord District Court. We actually hang back in a room, usually we're with mom and dad. And usually it's an abuse case. Most of the time it's an abuse case. So we did a court case recently of a foreign exchange student that came here from Spain. And unfortunately she was abused. The gentleman was found guilty. And so on. And they wrote a letter and they were headed back to Spain. They came here to testify, the family did. We hung out with the family for a week and we hung out with mom and dad and the daughter in the court while all this testimony was going on. And they were headed back to Spain to buy a dog and they were going to name it Liberty. So it's just a big part of what we do. So there's so many roles these dogs play. We just got invited to Read Out Loud Day at one of the schools tomorrow, February 4th. So if you could take this as a proactive approach, I think that's one of the biggest things with these dogs. Mm-hmm. If I'm walking down Main Street in my uniform, no one's coming up and saying hi. If I have Liberty and I'm walking down Main Street of Concord, everybody is stopping to say hi, or they're actually asking if they can say hi. So it's a proactive approach to policing. These kids have met Liberty. Liberty had her first birthday party in a school. The kids are now 7th graders. And those kids remember that this was Liberty and she did her first birthday party with them. So those kids have a positive approach because the chief was there. All the police officers came to her birthday party at that school. So there's very much a positive approach now to those kids if they ever, God forbid, have to deal with the police department or something. So.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Did you further?
May I add one more thing?
Sure.
That, I love New Hampshire. I've been here forever. We have taken the approach that we are not placing dogs out of New Hampshire unless the facility is willing to adopt the language that is now being presented. Everybody from Massachusetts, Maine, Miami, Detroit, we're talking with all of these agencies. I'd love to see New Hampshire be the one that comes up with something that can be looked at and duplicated.
Well, thank you. Questions from the committee? Senator Reed.
More a comment than a question, and for either of you, just from my county experience, can you tell me just a little bit about the dogs, how they start out, and the impact it has in that facility?
So we generally start with puppies. There's a lot of reasons for it. I'll spare you, but we start with puppies. I know that Liberty was one of 4, and I know they kept coming out saying which puppy, but we needed to make sure that we had profiled the puppy. We had used our background, we had used our behavioral skills so that we could determine Liberty likes the job. She loves people. She'd be a horrible service dog. So that's where being able to do experience and use that background to figure out which dog's gonna be the right dog. And at 8 weeks old, you can't always tell which dog is gonna be the right one for the job. From there, it was environmental exposures, making sure that Liberty could not only do the job in a training room, but she could do the job on the side of a river, in a courthouse, in a chaotic environment. And that is the difference between a therapy dog and a comfort dog, facility comfort dog, whatever you're going to call them. That's the difference. The therapy dogs usually are in very controlled environments. The comfort dogs very often work in less than favorable conditions.
Further questions from the committee? Well, I trust you'll work with Senator Birdsell in trying to get this language where you're all happy with it, and look forward to seeing what you come back with. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 573? All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing. You're up next, yeah.
So our county jail, inmates start the puppies out there, and it makes a huge difference.
I'm sorry? Oh, I just gave it. Oh, it's over there. You're very welcome. Thank you for coming.
Okay.
All right, we will now open the hearing on Senate Bill 571, and I will recognize Senator Reardon to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the ED&A Committee. My name is Tara Reardon. I represent Senate District 15, Concord, Bow, and Hopkinton, and I'm here to talk about CPA alternative pathways for certification. This committee has heard, like so many other occupations, that CPAs are really in short supply in the state of New Hampshire. Got a letter from my longtime CPA yesterday that he has retired and it's time to find somebody new, which is not easy in the Concord area. And it's really a workforce crisis at this point. And there's a declining number of CPA candidates even. So this bill seeks to do a couple of things. One, a different pathway. The existing pathway to becoming a CPA will be the same, the educational requirements, the testing and the experience. But this bill contemplates 150 credit hours, an extra year of work experience, and and of course passing the CPA exam. So not 1 year of work experience, but 2 years of work experience. Actually, I think I just misspoke. It brings the credit hours back to 120. So a regular bachelor's degree worth of credit hours, not the additional 30 hours of accounting that is in pathway, the existing pathway here in the state of New Hampshire. And the other change that it makes, which is important, is it allows a candidate for the exam to sit for the exam 120 days prior to receiving their bachelor's degree, prior to finishing school. So in fact, with successful completion, they're ready to go to work. There are many people behind me, much more savvy and knowledgeable about this than me. The one piece I left out is an out-of-state CPA who holds a license in good standing has passed the uniform CPA exam, may practice in New Hampshire without getting a reciprocal license. And they're fully subject to New Hampshire regulation if they come into the state that way. 23 states have already enacted similar mobility and licensure updates, so we will add New Hampshire to one of the states that when people are relocating, that it's a smoother path to be here and practice. So I urge the committee to pass the law, pass the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Questions from the committee? All right, appreciate it. John Nash. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name's John Nash. I'm a CPA, CMA, CISA, and PhD. I'm currently employed by the University of New Hampshire, where I work as an accounting professor, and by Hampton Beach State Park, where I pick up garbage. I admit that the second job is probably not relevant to today's discussion. I've been a member of the New Hampshire Society of CPA's Board of Directors for the last 5 years, which is the underlying reason that I've driven to Concord to speak with you today. I am here to testify on SB 571 as an individual. My testimony is based both on my experience as a certified public accountant and as an academic. However, I will note that USNH has separately decided to support the bill. I've been a member of the NHS CPA task force focused on advancing this legislation in New Hampshire. This task force has tried to consider and account for the interests of all stakeholders, including practitioners, students, accounting firms of all sizes, and the greater New Hampshire business community. Consistent with this objective, the individuals that have contributed to this legislation are not homogeneous. Some are at the end of their careers, while some are relatively new to the profession. Some are colleagues, others are competitors. While individuals' characteristics vary, all contributors have been united in their support for this bill. The underlying reasons for this bill's ubiquitous support are not complicated. High-quality accounting information is a prerequisite to a well-functioning society. Accounting information is used by every business and every individual for decision-making purposes. If a business owner wants to know which product yields the greatest return on investment, they need accounting information. If I want to evaluate whether I should invest in Home Depot or Lowe's, I need accounting information. If you want to plan out your tax payments for the upcoming fiscal year, you need accounting information. If you can recognize the critical and perhaps underappreciated role that accounting information plays in our society, you should be able to recognize the inherent danger associated with a decrease in the number of qualified accountants. The danger is not theoretical. Large public companies like Tupperware and Advanced Auto Parts have missed the 10K filing deadline and cited a lack of accountants as the underlying reason. This is something that's associated with a significantly negative stock price reaction. While less drastic, if we think about the consequences of labor shortages within New Hampshire specifically, they remain significant and adverse. If a nonprofit applies for a loan but can't get audited, they pay a higher interest rate. If an individual can't afford tax advice and files incorrectly, they pay penalties. If a business isn't advised on the proper allocation of overhead costs, it distributes capital in a suboptimal manner and realizes reduced returns. SB 571 is meant to expand the labor pipeline in the accounting profession and by extension preclude the adverse outcomes I referenced. More than 2 decades ago, the AICPA promoted the adoption of a rule that required CPAs to have a minimum of 150 credit hours. Empirical evidence shows that this requirement was associated with a 36% decrease in CPA candidates and only a 3% increase in exam pass rates. Alternatively stated, while well-intentioned, the requirement yielded limited benefits and significant costs. SB 571 is an acknowledgement that the 150 credit hour rule failed and a solution that helps ensure the state does not suffer the adverse consequences associated with an accountant shortage. Similar bills have already passed in many states, including Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New York. If this bill were to fail, the barriers to licensure in New Hampshire would be greater than the barriers in surrounding states. In that setting, I, as the primary student advisor within a robust accounting program at the University of New Hampshire, would unfortunately feel compelled to tell prospective students that the pathway to CPA licensure is simpler in other states. In that environment, New Hampshire and its residents lose. To summarize my position, I respectfully request that you vote in favor of SB 571. The bill's passage would adjust licensure requirements in a manner consistent with empirical evidence. It creates a simplified pathway to licensure that is likely to expand the labor pipeline. Voting for this bill helps ensure that New Hampshire and its residents will continue to be able to acquire high-quality accounting information and make informed decisions that benefit society. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to answer any and all questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none? Folks, if you're hot back there, feel free to crack that window. Just pop it up a little. Like, I know it got warm. We got a nice little breeze coming in here.
I'm sorry. I'm just a simple country lawyer. I couldn't do the math. Do that accounting. So by lowering the number of hours, you did say that they score less on the test. So are we slightly dumbing down our accountants?
3% was the difference in pass rates. I, as a professor, would argue that that is insignificant relative to the 36% decrease in CPA candidates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming back.
Thank you.
Joel Olbert. Folks, I'll just remind you, we have several of you signed up. If we're a little behind on schedule, so if you want to quickly summarize your testimony, if you have written testimony, feel free to hand it in. If you agree with something somebody said in front of you, just say, I agree with what they said, and we'll kind of move along.
Hi, my name is Joel Olbricht. I'm a CPA in Windham, New Hampshire. First of all, thanks for these long days you put in. Second of all, I was more comfortable when the dogs were here, but that's fine. I just wanted to address just a couple items. Here it is, my items. I was actually getting to be part of the AICPA infrastructure back in 1986. And in 1988, they started talking about, let's elevate the profession. Let's talk about students that need 150 hours before they can sit for the exam. So it became more of a, let's become more of a profession. Let's make this really look cool. That was 1998. Now we're in 2026. The marketplace is totally different. The profession is totally different. And I think this bill, and thank you so much for this, is just a response to make this a bill that allows for alternatives. So if, in the bill, if you like the 150, if you really like getting a master's degree to sit for the exam, you can do it. And then you can go to work for a CPA firm, you work a year, and you've got your license. The alternative is back when I passed the exam, which was get a bachelor's degree of 120 hours, and then go to work at a CPA for 2 years for experience. So you kind of just have a dynamic, right? You can have those who really love college, really love to study, really like to take tests, and then you have people who learn by experience. And I think that's what this bill really suggests, is that you can get to it either way. That's my testimony.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate you coming in today. Any questions from the committee?
Thank
Seeing
you.
none? Thank
I am
you.
in favor.
Kevin Kennedy.
Good afternoon, thank you. My name is Kevin Kennedy. I'm a CPA, have been for about 30 years in this great state of ours. I currently run I have a small practice myself up in Concord, and I am taking on new clients if for some reason yours recently retired.
You got a card?
I'm also on the executive committee of the New Hampshire Society of Certified Public Accountants, and I also serve as co-chair of their tax and legislation committee. With me is Robin Houston, who is our CEO, and we're here both on behalf of the New Hampshire Society of CPAs, as well as me being a sole practitioner, being at it for a long time. So you already know the gist of the bill. It basically addresses a couple of issues. One is an alternative pathway, which is the one Joel and I was available to us when we received our CPA license, a bachelor's degree and 120 credits. I'm sure you don't have to tell you why that's a popular idea for kids or students, because they can avoid the additional education costs, which can be a real challenge. It also gets into the workforce a little sooner, and I'm a big fan of hands-on experience. As well, the other part of it is the sitting for the exam 120 days before. And as a sole practitioner, I've hired a lot of folks into the practice. And I will tell you that I keep saying the kids, the young adults coming out of college, they have ideas that they're going to graduate and then they'll go sit for the exam afterwards. And man, life happens, and suddenly 6 months become a year, and tax season and kids, and suddenly it's really hard to get back. But if they could go back when they were in college and pass some of that exam, I think that would really encourage them to continue and become certified. You already know that there's a workforce shortage. It's really affecting. I myself am receiving clients simply from attrition. CPAs are older, they're retiring, dying, or they're simply looking for bigger clients because they don't have the staff to handle the smaller clients. And so that really, to me, is a huge part of it. As already mentioned, at least 30 and I think 40 states have already passed legislation or are passing legislation for the same thing. So New Hampshire really is just kind of joining the trend. This is pretty much universally accepted and supported as far as I know. Senator Reardon mentioned mobility. Mobility is also a part that's becoming much more popular. I don't think that's currently in the bill, but I presume it can be amended to address that. And we're in support of automatic mobility as well. So to summarize, I think it'll assist in eliminating the current workforce shortage. It'll reduce compliance issue and administrative burdens, which I think we're all fans of. It's supported by the profession, the AICPA and NASBA. It's already being addressed by other states, and I think it's going to be beneficial for businesses and particularly the CPA profession. Anything I missed?
Yeah, I just want to mention a few things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Senate committee here. My name is Robin Houston. I've been the CEO of the New Hampshire Society of CPAs for about 10 years now, and I will tell you there's not a week that goes by that I don't get a call from either a CPA saying, I need to retire, I can't do this anymore, or please help me find help. I cannot keep this workflow. So that is happening continuously. And at the same time, I'm going to other colleges and high schools trying to elicit support and kids wanting to go into the profession. And what I hear from them is, I can't afford to take on the extra year of the student debt. I would love to do this, but I'm going to go to the route of finance. And let me tell you, it's a lot harder going from finance to CPA than it is from CPA to go to finance. And they want to be in this profession. So I have heard no opposition. Our board is unanimous in supporting this bill. And what I do have with me, which I'll pass out, is in the matter of 2 days, I've had over 7 letters of support during what's about tax, busy season, from large firms, Baker Newman Noyes, Nathan Wexler, not only colleges, but private colleges around the state, asking us all over the state to please support this bill. So I've made copies for everybody here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could add one more thing, the additional 30 hours going from 120 to 150, to my knowledge, that doesn't have to be in accounting classes.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Well, thank you both for your testimony. We appreciate it.
I've written my testimony up and I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pass it. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 571? Come on up. Oh, I also.
Lauren Banker of UNH just came in and couldn't stay and gave me her testimony and support. So I'm just handing it to you.
Sorry, I almost forgot OPLC. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
You got Nick and Dee, were you coming too, or just Nick? Just Nick. Okay. Sorry, I saved the best for last and I almost forgot you.
Nicholas Fry, General Counsel for OPLC. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to draw the committee's attention to Section 3, which deals with changing the language from substantially equivalent to comparable. In somewhere around July of 2025, we sent some Board of Accountancy rules to JailCar to get looked at. And we got a note back from JailCar that the board lacks statutory authority to rule make under there anymore. So this statute is essentially superfluous at this point because of the endorsement statute under RSA 310.17. And frankly, the requirements that are under 310.17 are less arduous than the ones that are currently here. So the reality is that anyone that's applying is probably going to be applying under endorsement anyways, even if there was a legal requirement for it. So, take no position on the bill, but I just wanted to at least provide that information.
Can you send us that so we can have it in writing? Because I'm gonna, or if you've got.
Yeah, I can send you an email, but I also have a copy of the jail car comment.
Perfect. That would be very helpful to us in looking at this.
Yeah.
So is it, just for clarity, is it your recommendation that section 3 of the bill is not necessary?
Yeah, it would have no effect. So if jail car is essentially saying the board can't rule make under that statute because 310.17 trumps or supersedes it, the endorsement statute, the universal endorsement statute, because it has the language notwithstanding any other statute or rule.
So for clarification, if we pass this the way it does, we're doing no harm.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's glass half full.
There you go. Anybody else? All right, with that, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 571.
Good afternoon. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for Senate Bill 640. Introduce the prime sponsor, our chairman, Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl, representing District 17, and I live in the beautiful town of Loudon. I am here today to introduce Senate Bill 640, relative to the use of artificial intelligence to provide services requiring a professional license. So people are increasingly turning to generative AI, artificial intelligence chatbots and wellness apps for mental health advice and even psychological treatment. Engagement with such AI tools can have unintended and sometimes tragic consequences, including self-harm or suicide. These tools are currently not regulated by federal laws. There is a need to protect consumers by ensuring that mental health treatment is offered only by licensed professionals who are trained to safely and ethically deliver such services. So this bill would not regulate AI chatbots or wellness apps, and as such would not address the core consumer protection concerns. That's one of the concerns with it. This bill explicitly states that it does not apply to technologies that are marketed as self-help and educational tools. Our real goal with this bill is to make sure that people are anytime AI is being used in a therapy situation, that it's done so under the guidance and use of a licensed professional. That is that is most important here. There'll be several people that are going to testify on this bill. I'm going to actually let them dig into the real particulars on this, and I will say that after I filed this bill, I've had some discussion with OPLC on perhaps expanding this bill and making it to apply more than just what the limited scope of the bill does to other so that it would apply to other professions. I made the option not to put that in the original bill, but it was a great conversation, and I wanted that conversation to happen in front of the committee and in public so that you could all benefit with the same info that they gave to me. So they will be testifying probably at the end of this bill and talking about the reasons why, this is important and why we might want to expand the scope of the bill. So with that, I'm going to actually stop and go on to the rest of the list unless there's any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none,
All
thank
right.
you,
Thank
Senator
you.
Pearl.
Maybe
So we'll go next to Lynn Stanley from the National Association of Social Workers, speaking in favor of the bill.
Thank you to, thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony today. For the record, my name is Lynn Courier. I am a social worker. It was formerly Stanley. Lynn Courier, I am a social worker. I live in Pennacook, and I am the executive director of the National Association of Social Workers, New Hampshire chapter. At its core, Senate Bill 640 protects the public in two ways. The first is banning artificial intelligence, AI, bots from independently providing therapy. And the second is ensuring licensed mental health professionals are responsible for their use of AI tools. If you ask AI if AI should be providing therapy, AI will tell you no. I've asked. At best, AI providing therapy is unlicensed practice. At worst, the interactions are harmful and misguided and may end in suicide. We have a growing number of examples and lawsuits of AI platforms, excuse me, expressly or by default providing therapy with tragic results. The one that truly breaks my heart is Adam Rains, a 16-year-old boy who died last year by suicide. ChatGPT provided help and resources on how to tie a noose that would hold a human body. And of course, it could help with a heartfelt suicide note. AI is designed to be helpful. It is designed to provide resources. It is designed to share information in a friendly, non-judgmental, and engaging way. But it lacks the critical thinking and analysis of human professionals. AI pulls information from recorded therapy sessions. This is what it uses to create predictive responses. In other words, if the AI system has learned that people in response to feelings of depression cut themselves, this becomes the norm and the recommendation. AI is pattern matching, not deep understanding. Mental health professionals undergo education and ongoing training to achieve their licensure and maintaining. Artificial intelligence should not be allowed to provide services that require this licensure. That said, AI can be a really helpful tool. Licensed clinicians may use AI for scheduling, client progress notes, and client supportive platforms. This bill says that that's perfectly fine, but the clinician is responsible for the outputs, and their clients need to give informed consent. Anyone who's used AI Companion on Zoom for meeting notes knows that this can be a great time-saving tool, but you must proofread, because sometimes AI gets it wrong or even makes things up. Clinicians need to check their work. If a clinician is using this technology, their client needs to know and consent to it being used. There are some mental health clinicians who use FDA-approved digital therapeutics. These are platforms that are specialized tools in additions to therapy that clinicians prescribe. They may be closed systems that are not attached to the large language models, everything on the internet. But we believe clinicians should have an understanding of what that product does, where data is stored, how it works, and be able to communicate that to their client. If a complaint is made against a licensed mental health professional because the AI went wrong, they should be able to show their due diligence, that the client gave informed consent, that they checked their work, that they informed their client of any problems, and what the clinician did to rectify the situation. We understand that the need for mental health care in this country outpaces our ability to adequately meet that need, but AI therapy is not the silver bullet that we are looking for. The risks towards consumers are too high, and the safeguards are not yet in place to provide confidence. The data on the effectiveness of these tools also remains hopeful, but falls short of truly being called an evidence-based practice, which is what we require of our mental health practitioners. Senate Bill 640 appropriately recognizes AI's potential as a useful administrative and therapeutic tool, but draws a crucial line to protect patient safety and maintain high standards of mental health care. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from Senator McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony and educating us a little bit. And I'm going to ask you to educate us a little further, or at least me. Can you give some examples on what it is and isn't okay? So I've read through the bill. I understand the Zoom transcription and wave and those types of things. Where do we draw the line between, you know, visiting your PCP and your PCP says, do you mind if I use this note taker because it'll help me get your clinical notes done faster, versus giving advice or the mental health professional using AI to do research to guide a treatment pathway? So where's the line? Like, specific examples would be great. What is and isn't okay? Like, this is okay and this isn't.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm going to try and, the two different parts of the bill, one is AI working on, it's like you going on and asking your phone a question. That's AI working independently. And then there's a number of tools that mental health clinicians might use as tools for taking notes, or use the example of somebody, like I could ask my phone about treatment modalities for X, Y, and Z. That's one way to find some answers. I personally would be very suspect of it because I know that AI makes up resources. They make up content. That's not a great way to do in-depth research in order to expand your scope of practice. But that's not, I don't believe that's covered by the bill. Let's say you're doing telehealth and you are using a platform, a HIPAA compliant platform, and you're using a software that will transcribe your notes or create client notes from that, you can, through this bill, we're saying you can't be submitting those client notes to wherever you would, maybe insurance company, wherever, without doing your due diligence and proofreading to make sure that what the notes say actually accurately reflects what happened in a therapy session. Does that?
It does. Thank you. But how do we know? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How do we know whether they proofread them or not? Like, where's the enforcement on that for something as critical as this?
Right. Right. If there was a complaint made, it would go to licensing, saying that a client would say, this was submitted to the insurance company, or I requested my client notes, which they have the right to do, and this is completely wrong. This didn't happen. That's where the enforcement mechanism would come in.
Thank you.
Senator Gannon, did you have a question? Oh, you might. Any further questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is John DeJoy. I'm here representing the National Association of Social Workers, who you just heard from. I'm also here representing the New Hampshire Association of Marriage and Family Therapists, both of whom are membership organizations representing behavioral health, specially trained behavioral health professionals, and they both support the legislation before you. My purpose in rising today is on behalf of both clients to hand out information for the committee. I'm just going to tell you what's in here, and that's going to be the extent of my testimony at this point. So hopefully it'll be brief. The first document is an overview of the bill, section by section, what it does and doesn't do. The next couple of documents are newspaper articles about untoward events, the Meta event in Texas, where Meta's chatbot was having sexually provocative conversations with 12 and 13-year-olds, as well as Attorney General Paxton's investigation around that. This is the article about Adam Rain that Ms. Stanley just talked about. There's also an article that just came out last week. There's been a settlement on a number of the suicide cases and families suing the chatbots. They're in the middle of settlement talks right now as of the 7th of January, and it appears that they're going to settle those cases. There's a document outlining the number of deaths around the world that have been attributed or causally connected to AI suicides in mostly young people, but some adults. And what's the final document? The final document is really my homework of what I did last summer. So last summer, I spent the entire summer on my computer talking to my AI, actually giving prompts and getting responses from my AI. The last 9 pages are a series of prompts and responses. I use Copilot. It's a Microsoft product. They have Copilot. You can read the responses, and the top response, which will be bolded, was my question. Everything else is an unedited transcript of what the AI response was regarding ethics, regarding the number of chatbots that do this, regarding problems with chatbots, trying to do therapy. I found it interesting. I thought you folks might find it helpful as well. And with that, I will conclude my remarks.
Thank you, John, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we'll bring up Dr. Christopher Campbell. Good afternoon and welcome. Just click the button, turn your mic on, please. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you to the members of the committee. So my name is Dr. Christopher Campbell, and I'm a psychiatry resident in New Hampshire, and I'm also a member of the American Psychoanalytic Association's Council of Artificial Intelligence. I'm here today on behalf of the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society. So approximately 1 in 4 Americans meet criteria for mental illness, yet nearly half do not receive the treatment they need. They often cite cost or lack of available providers. Artificial intelligence is well poised to help address this gap. So the data shows that AI tools which are specifically designed for mental health treatment are effective in treating a number of conditions, including anxiety and depression, while also having the benefits of scalability, 24/7 access, and affordability. And current data, as you point out, clearly shows that patients with mental illness are turning towards non-regulated AI platforms such as ChatGPT and Gemini. And these platforms are not mental health specific, and they contain minimal guardrails. So when you see these articles discussing suicides in the wake of treatment with AI, it is almost universally in relation to these non-mental health specific platforms. And these are platforms that the very well-intentioned SB 640 would not limit. In contrast, mental health specific AI platforms are designed by various expert clinicians and researchers who draw from evidence-based treatment algorithms, and these platforms also contain guardrails that help protect patients. Yet this bill, as it currently is written, would prohibit the use of mental health specific AI platforms from being used autonomously for therapy. And so this bill, as currently written, would prevent the use of these clinically legitimate AI platforms for treating mental health and would drive our citizens towards using more unregulated platforms like ChatGPT. For these reasons, I would respectfully urge you all to oppose the bill as it is currently written so that we can find a more balanced approach that allows for innovation to help New Hampshire's people thrive. So thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
So thank you for your testimony. As I stated, the goal of the bill is more to make sure that AI, we know AI is present. We want to make sure that it's used under the supervision of a licensed professional, and that's where we're aiming with this bill, trying to get to. So certainly any input that you would have on areas we need to change to try and achieve that goal, we are open to. We want to see that and would appreciate any information that you could send to us to help improve the bill.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to share that further and happy to discuss anything more right now or save it for an email update. It's
Sure.
up to you.
Questions from the committee? Yeah, probably email's going to be the better way. We've got a lot we'll work on. This bill isn't going to get exec today. We know it's not quite ready, and we're trying to understand this. This is about getting the discussion out here and finding the things that you were discussing, as well as the ideas that I mentioned that OPLC had as far as expanding the bill. So I appreciate you coming up and look forward to your info that you can provide for us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Dr. Nicholas Jacobson. Turn your mic on. Just hit it till it goes red.
All
There you
right,
go.
great, thanks. All right, thank you, Chairman Pearl and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Nicholas Jacobson. I'm an associate professor of Dartmouth's Geisel School of Medicine with appointments in biomedical data science, psychiatry, and computer science. I've spent 6.5 years studying AI in mental health care, and I'm likely the world's foremost expert on generative AI psychotherapy. I am here to oppose SB 640. We are in a mental health crisis. Nationally, nearly 60 million Americans have a mental illness, and roughly half receive no treatment. They can't get care. Most psychologists aren't accepting new patients. Here in New Hampshire, nearly half of mental health clinicians have wait lists. Rural communities face severe shortages. The mental health centers themselves have called the system broken. This is the context in which we're discussing the bill. My team conducted the first randomized controlled trial of generative AI psychotherapy published in one of the top areas of medicine, the New England Journal of Medicine AI. We found major symptom improvement, and in some, people got better. This took my research team of over 100 clinicians and researchers over 100,000 human hours of their time of development. SB 640 cannot accomplish what it intends. Tonight, any teenager in New Hampshire can download an app and run an open source foundation model locally on their phone. The state cannot regulate that. ChatGPT, Claude, and similar tools are already being used for mental health support. This bill exempts all of them. What does this bill regulate? Licensed professional trying to use AI responsibly. Tools that have been tested in clinical trials. This bill's review requirements make deploying these tools impractical. They turn scalable care back into unscalable care exactly at the moment we need scale. This bill penalizes well-meaning developers while leaving real risks untouched. I urge the committee to send it back for revision, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator McGill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Jacobson, for your work and for coming to educate us further. My question is this. Well, I guess first, is this your position or your department's position or Dartmouth's position?
This is my position personally as a researcher.
And a follow-up. How much is AI used, or these types of the tools described in the bill, used in your practice or in the mental health practices at Dartmouth?
At Dartmouth, we have many clinical trials ongoing right now that are doing and testing these therapies actively.
Thank you very much.
Further questions from the committee? So I want to extend to you the same thing that I did to the gentleman before you. You know what our goal is, what we're trying to do with the bill, and we'd certainly love some input from Dartmouth and from you, anything that you could provide us that you feel would help the bill accomplish the goal.
I think the goal itself is something that I'm not supportive of.
Okay.
I think the goal is well-intentioned. You're trying to make sure that folks are protected from harms, which I am fully supportive of. The real context of where we are in the mental health care system is one in which there is an increasing divide between the number of providers and that have access to care and the incidence of mental health. So we need to actually turn towards methods that can fundamentally help address the care that folks can receive. So thinking about trying to make sure that it is behind a prescriber is fundamentally misaligned with the goals, because there are not enough people, not enough providers to go around. And there is a lot of data that the gap is not getting better and is actually widening between the number of folks that are trying to access care, who need care, and then the number of providers. The mental health rates are roughly 1 in 3 people will experience a mental health disorder in any given year. And the number of providers is about 9 per 100,000 people. Those ratios don't work out very well for folks trying to access care in any timely way and in any scalable way. There's not enough providers to go around, so trying to actually make sure that the provider is the one that is supervising this really misses the point and how folks really need care. The care we have shown can be effective and delivered in ways that are well-intentioned and well built. So, our team did this in ways that took quite some time and quite a number of hours trying to make sure that the care that is delivered is evidence-based and with very limited risks. I think that can be done. I think there should just be, within the context of the bill, essentially ways that you can show that what you are delivering, if it is going to be delivering care, is safe, effective, and scalable.
Thank you for your input. Any further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring up Dee and Nick, or whichever one wants to come from OPLC, one or both. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Now we're taking turns today. Thank you so much. Just for the record, Deanna Juris, Executive Director, OPLC. I will keep my testimony brief. Certainly, this is a policy committee. The office is not necessarily here to navigate for or against any specific policy decision. I would note, as the senator referenced when he was introducing the bill, I think the office's position is if the intent is to say that AI itself cannot perform licensed work because it is not a licensed professional, it would make sense operationally to have that extend to all professions that are regulated by the office. Certainly for us, could be the entire state. That's beyond my purview. I think that would make the enforcement of that cleaner, more clear. I do think potentially the waters get muddied. It might be a case of less is more. The sections after section 1, I think it might just be section 2, it might be 2 and 3, include very specific, it gets into a lot of detail in that mental health practice. It's possible that would create some disparity because there are a number of professions that are in the healthcare space or mental health care space and only would apply to those specifically within those practice acts. Then you're going to look at, are we putting it on in every single practice act? How much of this extra piece are we adding in there? So the first section of the bill is really designed to say, the law already says licensed professionals do licensed work as defined by Practice Act. Included in that, a chatbot of any kind does not have a New Hampshire license, has not been issued a license, and cannot do work. So that language just clarifies very explicitly that AI would not be included. If that's not the policy intent of this committee, certainly happy to speak with you, but that's what that language in the first section, it's just to clarify. I do think you could make a case. I don't know how the complaint would be generated, but it is possible that the state could prosecute unlicensed practice with the current statutory scheme because it would not be a licensed professional. By definition, it just isn't. So I will keep it there. I'm happy to answer any questions or review language proposed if the committee is adjusting its policy goals.
Well, thank you for coming in. If we were to make some changes that more aligned with what you suggested, what would the enforcement capabilities of OPLC be with a customer complaint of someone who's using one of these chatbots and has a less than positive experience? How would that come back to you, and what would you need in order to take enforcement action?
The current language in section 1, it would be an unlicensed practice case, which is technically a criminal matter. So that's referred directly to the Department of Justice for investigation and prosecution there. So that That's the current process for any unlicensed practice, so this would include it in there. There is also a component of Section 1 that allows the office to recover cost of investigation for this. That is currently, there is no cost of investigation recoupment in the current statute for unlicensed practice. So even now, just a person who is not licensed who is doing work, any investigation into that cannot be recovered by the office. And it is DOJ that's doing that work because it's a criminal matter. So if it came to the office, it passed, unlicensed practice, this bot said it was a therapist. It said it was a licensed New Hampshire therapist. It was providing therapy. It wasn't. That matter would be referred to the Attorney General's office.
So in short of that statement, if it's, even if it's not claiming to be a licensed professional in New Hampshire, but is still providing services, what would the enforcement mechanism look like then?
I think it would probably be case dependent, and it would depend on what the language says, right? I think it really, I wouldn't be able to speculate on hypothetical. I'd have to look at the words on the page. Yeah.
Any further questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. That is all I have on my list. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on SB 640 before I close it? Did you want to testify, sir? Did you want to testify? I did. Yes, okay, come on up. I'm sorry. Oh, do we have a second sheet?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Come on up. We're good. My apologies if I missed you.
My name is Dr. James Bomber. I'm a licensed psychologist here in New Hampshire. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Psychological Association, a psychological body that have already been testifying here today. We are a membership organization covering psychologists.
Turn your mic on, please. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We cover licensed psychologists here in the state of New Hampshire. A couple hundred different professionals in that group. I myself work here in Concord as a forensic psychologist. And I'm here today to testify, and thank you, committee, for having me speak today. I'm here today to talk about SB 640. Our group, normally we are very well in line with the social workers and the marriage and family therapists. Today, I'm here in opposition to this bill, at least as it's currently written. So I have heard the committee asking for some specifics here. I'm going to try to, I have provided you guys written testimony through email so that you can have that. But I'm going to try to provide some specifics here in adjustment to that as well. So the portion of this bill that concerns psychologists, Section 2, I'm very much appreciated, and the testimony that I gave you guys by email does address sort of the equity concern between this profession and other professions, meaning that psychologists are going to be affected, but not psychiatrists, for example, by this bill. One thing that I am concerned about with this bill is the use of things like digital therapeutics, which are FDA approved and HIPAA compliant and use AI technology, which would currently be prohibited under my understanding of this current bill. So for example, if you have a psychiatrist or a psychologist and they are encouraging you to use a digital therapeutic to assist with your sleep routine, for example, that requires some data to be held by the AI company. And in this bill, because this requires full responsibility of all of that data to be held by the psychologist, if I'm going to use those kinds of tools, there is a natural disconnect where I can say I can either have responsibility over all of this data, or I can use this product that a company provides and they can maintain some of that data. Again, my question before the committee is there a distinction for AI technologies in this limitation versus other ways in which programs and software are used that don't use AI? And is that distinction needed in this case? So for example, as a forensic psychologist, I do a lot of assessments. That's basically my whole job. And that can involve doing structured testing. And some testing requires you to score it using a computer software where data is held by the company that owns the test. So if I give one of those tests, for example, the company gets the data. I don't have a say in that. But there's no AI there, and it's never been a problem in terms of my licensure or my ethical guidelines or my legal status to use those kinds of tests. this would then say, if that test uses AI in some way, I can no longer have access to that test or use it in my practice. And so what I think would be helpful for us in terms of looking at this bill is looking at the specific language that is in section 2 and then repeated, I think, in 3 and 4 about, one, how do we define AI? Because I think the definition here, I'm not an expert on AI. I can't give you a definition of what AI is, but it feels like this definition included in the bill leads a lot of things that could be in the gray area then to become defined as AI and therefore not accessible to providers who want to use those technologies. Other issue I would have is, again, the statement about having full responsibility for things as a practitioner. That is also an area of concern for us, where if someone is using Zoom, for example, to conduct HIPAA-compliant therapy appointments, and they're using an AI bot to transcribe that, right? The existing structures require that anything that the psychologist who is giving that session, right, if they write a note, they're responsible for that note. They have to sign off on that note. They're responsible for it already. Whether AI helped to transcribe that session or produce that note or not, they are required to be responsible for the notes. That exists already, as far as I understand. In this case, what we're saying is that if they use AI, and if they use AI to transcribe the note, that it's unclear to me what happens when, you know, the data goes through Zoom or through the other platform using it. And if this bill is going to prevent me from using those technologies because I can't say that I have full responsibility and control over what happens when the data goes through the platform. And so that is where I think our organization, and we have consulted with the legal team at the American Psychological Association, that's where a lot of our concerns have come from, with why we are not in support of the bill as it's written, is this concern about how are these things going to be considered and interpreted. We're concerned about the possibility of psychologists basically saying, we can't use these technologies and have full control, so therefore, because this is now the law, we can't use them at all. Again, I do have the written testimony from my organization for your consideration. I'm also happy to answer any further questions. You've got my email now, so you can get a hold of me. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Sure, thank you. One thing, and I'll ask one thing that I looked at, because I did hear that, and again, I put the bill in as it was. I knew there were some concerns, and I wanted to hear what people had to say. You know, we talked about maybe changing that to HIPAA compliant, using software that was HIPAA compliant. Maybe that would help ease some of the concerns. Just your thoughts on that?
Yes, I think we want to make sure that when we're talking about what should be more regulated, I think that saying that there are exceptions for those things that have been supervised or approved by the FDA and are HIPAA compliant, because it's been through the scrutiny of the FDA and the HIPAA law, and you have a licensed professional who is already being professionally held to the standard of their ethics and the laws here in New Hampshire, the rules governing the profession. So if we're talking about what we want to govern or limit, I'm not sure that those make sense to do so in this way.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right, thanks for testifying.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? All right, with that, I'm going to close the hearing on Senate Bill 640. Give this to you. So this one is mine again. It will not help because I'd be giving the same testimony. Right?
Senate eDNA is moving on to Senate Bill 641. The Honorable Howard Pearl is trying to think of a joke with it. I'll skip that one. I failed earlier. Go ahead, Senator Pearl.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl, representing District 17. I reside in the town of Loudon. I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 641 relative to examination requirements for licensure as a chiropractor. So today, with 641, we're going to talk about what the bill aims to do. And it aims to remove Part 4 of the National Board of Chiropractor Examiners as a requirement for licensure to become a chiropractor in the state of New Hampshire, while it also maintains all other licensure standards. Chiropractors would still be required to pass the NBCE Parts 1, 2, and 3, graduate from an accredited chiropractic college, pass clinical exit exams, and pass New Hampshire's jurisprudence exam. This deletion will remove a barrier to licensure that currently exists in statute. This will not weaken the knowledge base or qualifications for a chiropractor applying for licensure in the state of New Hampshire, because chiropractic colleges already certify clinical competency. Every accredited chiropractic program in the U.S. must certify that students are clinically competent before graduation. This includes supervised patient care, hands-on assessments, objective performance evaluations, and all these programs are recognized by the U.S. Department of Education and held to strict standards. I would like to briefly explain the reason this exam has created a barrier to licensure. Recently, the NBCE has centralized the testing requirement for Part 4 of the exam. All potential licensees are now required to travel to Colorado to take the exam. This is the only location in the country where this exam is administered. The cost of the exam exceeds $1,500, not to mention the travel expenses incurred from having to travel to Colorado. In closing, we are not trying to eliminate competency assessment. We are trying to eliminate an unnecessary requirement that an additional third-party practical exam be required for licensure when it is duplicative and therefore not necessary. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have, but we do have some more chiropractic experts behind me who probably can do a better job than I. So with that, I will close my testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Oh, the list. Oh, you take it. I can't read the handwriting. I'm sure they have wonderful handwriting too.
Let's go to Dr. Lisa Lanzara Bazzani. I'm sorry if I butchered your last name.
Am I on or off? I'm off.
You're
Okay, wonderful. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Pearl and members of the Senate Executive Department's Administration Committee. My name is Dr. Lisa Lanzara Bazzani. I'm a licensed second-generation chiropractor here in our beautiful state of New Hampshire for over 30 years. I have practices in Nashua and Manchester, and I've lived here basically my whole life. I have served both my profession and the public as past president of the New Hampshire State Chiropractic Society and as a member of the New Hampshire State Board of Chiropractic Examiners for 10 years, including service as chair. I currently serve as chair of the Board of Trustees of Sherman College of Chiropractic in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Today we're doing a little bit of housekeeping and bringing our statute up to date. I fully support maintaining high standards of clinical competency, ensuring practitioner competence, and public protection, while ensuring that licensure requirements remain lawful, fair, and evidence-based. With respect to current higher education and professional standards nationwide, there is a clear redundancy in requiring the National Board of Chiropractic Examiners Part 4. They are not part of the United States government just because they call themselves national boards. The clinical competencies evaluated in Part 4 are already comprehensively addressed through rigorous education and assessment within the Council of Chiropractic Education, accredited chiropractic colleges. The CCE, as it's called, is formally recognized by the United States Department of Education as the accrediting authority for chiropractic education and standards that they must uphold. CCE accredited programs, such as the one at Sherman College, require direct observation of patient care during supervised clinical internships, performance-based assessments integrated into institutional competency exams and written and oral examinations, clinical reasoning, diagnosis, and procedural skills. Requiring both institutional certification of clinical competency and an additional third-party practical exam is duplicative and imposes an unnecessary burden on graduates without demonstrating an added public safety benefit. No other health care licensure statute in New Hampshire requires an external hands-on practical exam after clinical competency has been verified by the degree granting institution. This includes physicians, osteopathic physicians, nurses, PTs, OTs, respirational therapists, and so forth. Physicians are licensed based on graduation from an accredited medical school and passage of written national board exams. Osteopathic physicians permanently discontinued their external practical exam in 2021. Nurses and other allied health professionals are licensed through computer-based written exams and without a separate practical testing requirement. Same thing with dentists. Additionally, beginning in April of this year, the MBC will require Part 4 to be administered exclusively, like you mentioned, at the centralized location in Greeley, Colorado. This change creates significant logistical, financial, and accessibility barriers for candidates, including those with the fear of flying, and raises concerns regarding fairness and equitable access to licensure. We have met with the Office of OPLC, which expressed no objections to this bill. The purpose of any licensure exam is to ensure that a candidate possesses the knowledge, the judgment, and skills necessary to practice safely and effectively. That objective can be met without codifying or mandating the use of a specific private corporation's exam product. Under this proposal, candidates for licensure in New Hampshire would continue to be required to pass the written exam, parts 1, 2, and 3, as well as the New Hampshire State Board of Chiropractic's Ethics and Jurisprudence exam. This proposed change maintains high professional standards while embracing regulatory independence, educational alignment, and applicant equity. We urge swift adoption of this revision to protect the public and restore balance and fairness to the chiropractic licensure process. Modernizing RSA 316-A17 through Senate Bill 641 provides New Hampshire with the opportunity to lead the nation in restoring public oversight of professional licensure by removing proprietary and monopolistic testing mandates from statute. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Do we have
you.
any questions from the committee? Senator Reardon.
Thank you for taking my question.
Certainly.
So you said that the graduation requires a practical clinical exam?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Beth. Are they comparable? What happens,
Yes.
the examination in Colorado and what happens at?
So what
full
happens
graduation?
at the chiropractic institution is actually far exceeds what's at the National Board Part 4. And I do have a clinical entrance and proficiency exam annual report from Sherman College of Chiropractic that I can share with everybody. And you can just go through those pages at your leisure and you'll see everything that's required prior to graduation.
Follow up?
Follow
One
up?
more.
Yes.
And the one other question I had, has Colorado always been the only site where there are 10 other sites that closed? And
So it used to be, oh, go ahead.
and if this was so important to somebody,
Yeah.
why haven't other testing sites popped up on the East Coast or?
So prior to this new ruling, if you will, on their behalf, there were multiple testing sites across the United States. So California, Texas, New Jersey, Florida, New York, all over. And because of whatever reason, maybe go onto their website to find out more information, but they decided to, I actually was for financial reasons, go into one centralized location at their headquarters in Greeley, Colorado.
Did this same entity own all of those locations? There weren't other people in the business?
It's a private corporation, it's a private business, and yes, they were the only ones that were hosting this part So they got their information into our statute. So I don't think we've ever really seen a private corporation name themselves in a statute.
They had a great lobbyist.
Yes,
Yeah.
probably, yes.
Further question? Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Out of this private corporation, what percent pass? Is it like 100%? It's just a formality? and
Right,
they just
so
get a check
from
for it?
Sherman College of Chiropractic in Spartanburg, South Carolina, there's a 94% pass rate. As opposed to the national, which I believe is like 84%.
84% pass at this
Correct.
place out in wherever it is. Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you so
testimony.
very much.
Dr. John Schessler, sorry if I get it wrong.
Yeah, no, you're just fine. Schitzler, it's very German. Right. Chairman Pearl and members of the committee, thanks so much for having me today. My name is Dr. John Schissler. I'm a chiropractor in Bedford, New Hampshire, and I'm here in support of SB 641. I'm also a director of the State Chiropractic Society for New Hampshire. So I'm here to testify as a recent graduate. I graduated in September of 23, and I'm very familiar with the current process of getting licensed to practice. So Part 4 exam is ultimately redundant and unnecessary. Every chiropractic college, just as Lisa was saying, has their own version of Part 4 that you have to pass to graduate from the college itself. And according to the NBC's website, which, by the way, again, is a private for-profit company that administers these exams, the pass rate is 90%, to be exact. So it's not passing Part 4 that will prevent you from becoming licensed to practice. It's actually affording and physically making it to this test. That's another story. The exam is, ultimately unnecessary and costly for students. And thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Dr. Jenny Bruck.
Hello. Thank you, Chairman Pearl, members of the Senate Executive Departments and Administration Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. Jenny Bruck. I'm the president of the New Hampshire State Chiropractic Society. We're the largest chiropractic organization in the state. I was licensed in New Hampshire 30 years ago next month. At that time, there was no national Part 4 exam. It was just about to start. So I never had to be a part of that national process. I opened a practice a year later in Amherst, New Hampshire, and I still operate that successful practice today. I'm here in support of SB 641. This bill removes the Part 4 examination requirement for chiropractic licensure in New Hampshire while keeping other safeguards fully in place. So we still have MBCE Parts 1, 2, 3, graduation from an accredited chiropractic college, rigorous clinical exit exams, and New Hampshire's jurisprudence exam. So Part 4, in my opinion, has just become a costly, out-of-state, privately administered exam that creates an unnecessary barrier for new graduates. The SB 641 bill maintains public safety and standards, but it removes a redundant obstacle so more young chiropractors can enter practice here. This strengthens our healthcare workforce and improves access to care for New Hampshire families. So I respectfully ask you to support SB 641.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Gannon.
Yep. So what percent pass chiropractic school to start? If we weed out the last 10% at that national place right now, what percent are graduating? to
I
start these
believe
schools?
it's depend on the school. I believe Lisa just said 84%
Okay, I wasn't sure.
in Sherman College of Chiropractic in Greeley,
Okay,
Colorado.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you
Thank
for
you.
testimony. We do have OPLC here if anybody has questions for them. Does the committee wish to ask them any questions? We're pretty good. Anything you want to add, Dee? You're welcome to come if you are.
Good afternoon. Just for the record, in this committee here, bill hearing, Dee Juris, Executive Director, OPLC. I know you're quite behind schedule, so I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I do like to just say, generally for the record, and if anyone's listening back on the hearing, that you guys are well aware the structure of OPLC is that the legislature sets the laws, boards set rules, and then the office just implements those. So the office is not taking a position. We certainly can implement the requirement or testing changes. It's basically an IT change and a form change through rulemaking. So happy to operationalize it, but just wanted to have that on the record that would be the process. Certainly able to do that, and the office is definitely interested in, obviously, we're protecting public safety, but happy to reduce barriers. And so if this has been identified as one, happy to implement it.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none? Okay, which one?
Any one of you, have any other states discontinued Part 4?
Just come up and turn the mic on, please. Maybe the question is, do any other states require
Thank you.
a assessment
So-
for that?
So all of the states do except Vermont currently, but part of the Chiropractic Freedom Coalition, New Hampshire may be first in the nation, as we're known for, and this is going nationwide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Senator.
Sorry, I opened a can of worms.
So my fear is, so if I go to a school or law school, they want me to graduate, and they want me to pass, and they want to say, look, we had this percent go out.
Correct.
And then we take a separate test that has nothing to do with the school. So that sort of shows that I might have got nice treatment, they might have liked me here, and they helped me get through. But then I have to go take a real world exam. I'm afraid you're just gonna, are we eliminating that real world exam here, and just the teachers are gonna want you, we want that 84% pass rate.
Right.
And they're probably not gonna be as hard on you, I'm afraid, as the testing or.
So we have to understand, that's a very good question. We have to understand that colleges are under the United States Department of Education and the Chiropractic Council on Education and have to uphold standards. They are regularly monitored to see what their curriculum is, what's the pass rates, what's the fail rates. So there's no pushing anybody through. There are high standards of excellence that are upheld.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you for taking my question. I think you just hit on it. They are evaluated on their pass rate, so they're inherently incented to have a good pass rate. So my question is, if the student is paying the bill, maybe even being really good to the university in other ways,
Mm-hmm.
endowments, parental support, who knows? Isn't there an inherent conflict and incentive to keep that pass rate up and therefore pass those students, whether or not they're on the bubble or not?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that question. So what we're doing is we're removing a barrier to licensure in Senate Bill 641. So basically, Part 4 is in our state law, and that doesn't serve anyone. It benefits the pockets of this private organization. Basically, it's a money grab and a monopoly, meaning, who else puts their company name in the state law at the expense of the students, correct? And you had mentioned that they had a good lobbyist to do so at some time.
Follow up. How many other professions have an outside testing agency, like the
Yeah, so I think
bar
you missed my testimony. You were out of the room. So what I'm going to do is just kind of refresh you and bring you up to speed.
I actually had it on.
Oh, you did? So you heard
on
about,
YouTube, so I did hear it, yeah.
okay, so you heard about the medical professions. Let me go right here. So,
We were just running.
so
it
yeah,
by,
no
so-
other healthcare licensure statute in New Hampshire requires an external hands-on practical exam after clinical competency. And a lot of this happened since COVID. A lot of the professions, dentistry, osteopaths, nurses, other allied health professionals did away with their Part 4 equivalent here in the state of New Hampshire.
So are you familiar with the paramedic exam run by the National Registry of Paramedics?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That'd be one.
Okay, so basically all of the major dental licensure pathways and so forth, they have like OSCEs, it's called, the Objective Structural Clinical Exams within institutional and standardized frameworks that are not imposed as additional postgraduate graduation requirement following their clinical certification. So nurses, nurse practitioners, dentists, osteopaths, PTs, MDs, NDs, there's no Part 4 equivalent. So at some stage of the game here, it was, lobbied to be into our law, and it's not typical that a private organization that's profiting should be basically living off the students' funds.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee?
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for coming back up.
Thank you.
Anybody else before I close the hearing? Come on up. Sure, come on up. Just please state your
Good
name.
afternoon. I'm Dr. Stephanie Foisey Ryan. I am a chiropractor. I kept my name off the list because I am on the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners currently. I have written questions for Part 4 board. I have traveled to Greeley, Colorado, and I have graded Part 4 practical exams. I think I may have signed confidentiality agreements with this private corporation, and I still attend as the representative of the state board to this private corporation's annual meetings. So what I'd like to clarify that I know without speaking to things I shouldn't speak to is that when you're at Part 4 and you take the exam, there's a 90% pass rate on the very first try. These kids graduated from chiropractic college. They need Part 4 to be licensed somewhere in New Hampshire or anywhere in the States, and they try again. The secret sauce is how many people graduate and pass Part 4 on try 2 and try 3 and try 4. They keep coming back, they spend the money, they eventually pass. I wish I could tell you more about my experience administering that test, but the secret you won't find on the website, everyone that gets licensed passes this exam, and it sometimes takes more than one try. I do not personally believe, speaking as myself, that we are keeping many people from practicing because of Part 4. I will also add that we are still testing all of our chiropractors on standardized tests, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. It's not like there's no tests now. So if you graduate from the chiropractic college and they did push you through, you still have to take this private corporation's written exams. And I did take all of them, including Part 4 25 years ago. And they're tough. I don't know that I'd pass them again. I mean, biochemistry, I don't use it anymore, but we did all pass them. There are still written exams. We're not taking away a written exam. It's just this practical that they're now making everyone go to Greeley, Colorado to take.
Can you take questions?
I can, and I'll do my best because I honestly.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the question. Are parts 1, 2, and 3 like owned by this company too?
Yes, and they still profit from them. And they're in our law, and they're in everyone's laws. But you can't have competition because if I start a testing facility, my test isn't written into everybody's laws. So it really is this practical exam is an issue.
Senator McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleague for the question and bringing it to mind. So my question, Dr. Bryan, is Dr. Bryan?
Ryan.
Thank you. Ryan, sorry. Does Part 4, no matter who administers, let's just say it's a generic Part 4, but the content and the purpose of Part 4, does that process effectively evaluate the competency of a prospective licensee? Like, does it do a good job saying you're a good chiropractor and safe to lay hands on a human or not? Is it an effective tool in evaluating the competency of a prospective licensee?
Redundant tool because the colleges are already doing that at the clinic level. And a lot is already tested in a format that is multiple choice and computer and standardized. And I wish I could really answer your question because I have
Fair enough.
a lot of opinion, but I'm not sure how far I can speak to that.
Thanks.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Last chance. All right, seeing none, we're going to close the hearing on Senate Bill 641. You guys had enough for today? We don't have to exec any, most of the afternoon bills need some more. I'm sorry?
Your microphone's on, do you not?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
okay.
You want to go into exec or are you good for today? All right. We're going to be done for today and we'll be back here again at 9 a.m. next Wednesday, the 21st. Thank you.